Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, today's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Hello. Hello. Welcome. I am so glad you are here. Come on in. Take your seat. Grab your furniture. Pull up a chair and a notepad. Get your shots and your squats ready because there's going to be a lot today. Hello. I am excited to see y'all today. Today's a big day. So before we even get started, I failed you miserably yesterday, but not today. Today, I remembered. Let's honor our first to the tailgate. What is happening? Every time I think I have everything going how it's supposed to go. So I remembered, see? The fire alarm's going off again. Okay, if y'all had any idea how my morning has gone, the fire alarm has been going off for over an hour. It finally stopped right before I came live, and I was like, oh, perfect. This is great. And now it's going off again. Who knows for how long? I will have to mute the microphone if it continues while the trial is on. I wish I could mute the fire alarm. And I am, by the way, I'm not concerned about the fire. I live in, this is like a concrete fortress. If I start smelling smoke, I'll worry. Other than that, it's normally either some kind of shortage. Oh, it stopped again. Some kind of shortage in something or other, or somebody's badass kid pulling the trigger, or something else. So I'm not worried about it. But if I smell smoke and y'all see me running, the show must go on. So y'all just fill me in on what I missed. Congratulations to our first in chat. I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. And also, I think I saw, is Caper in here? Yes. Good morning. Welcome to your retirement. Welcome. Today's the first day of the rest of your life. Congratulations. Congratulations. Today is a new day and you have earned it. So welcome to you. Welcome. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Candace Hoff gifted 5 memberships. Let's see who they went to. I have to pull it up on a different screen because for some reason I'm having, along with the fire alarm, I'm having all kinds of other issues this morning. Portland Trailblazers TV was gifted a membership. Sydney Hoff was gifted a membership. Millie Williams. God, I need my old lady glasses. Kelsey, am I saying your name right? Is it Kelsian? If I say it wrong, tell me, and I'll never get it wrong again, I promise. Mountain Mama was gifted a membership by Candace Hoff. So congratulations to our new and returning members. I am glad to have y'all. I have stuff to talk about. So a couple things. Last night, I did it after I got off night court. I tried to do it, and I didn't make the decision to start doing this until yesterday. So I'll be more prepared today. But I am doing, I know that we had a lot of people chatting yesterday, and I noticed a lot of people online who are in other chats don't know what the heck is going on. So I decided to do a members only recap at the end of every day. The one from yesterday, I think ended up being like 30 minutes, 35 minutes, something like that. Because I was unprepared and tired and my ADD medication had worn off. But I'm going to start doing them instead of waiting till nighttime right before I go to bed. I'm going to start doing them as soon as we finish our stream at the end of the day. So that way everything's still fresh on my mind and I still have enough medication in me to get through it without getting distracted. And I will post them at the end of each day. So I know that this trial is going to be coming to an end soon. I don't think any of us are sad about that. But you know, I'll continue them through this trial, and then for whatever trial we start next, which I know show business is coming up, so we're going to look at that one. And I've got to get a few other ducks in a row. There's some other stuff that's going on kind of behind the scenes that I'm looking into, that I'm covering, and the one that I told you about a few months ago, the wrongful conviction that has all kinds of corruption in like the Brunswick, Georgia area. I got a couple emails yesterday, and there's more stuff going on with that. So that one's really in depth, and it's very time consuming, which I haven't had a whole lot of lately, but there's some big stuff happening with that too. So I've got a lot of stuff coming up, and a lot of we're going to be doing the streams, of course, day court and night court on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8:45, 7:45 Central. So we will have those, but also there are some other things coming up, and I'm going to do some videos on those. So the members only recaps will be posted on my YouTube channel at the end of the day, every single day, day after day, forever. All right, let's see. Let me pull this. Let's make sure we ain't missing nothing. Dun, 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 dun. I got that music stuck in my head now. All right, so something else that we have to talk about. We have Boom is coming on today after court. So he has been in, I was chatting with him yesterday while he was in the courtroom, and he's got some stuff that he's going to tell us about too. We have all kinds of questions to ask him. Anything that you want me to ask, send it to my email. If you say it in here, I will try to show it while we're talking to him, but it's harder for me to get comments going or get questions answered on here. If you send it to my email, then I can make a separate list and try to do it that way. So send me your questions. He has been in contact with not only Melly's mom, Jamie, but also with Portland. So we are going to pick his brain about everything that y'all are wanting to know about, you know, what he sees in the courtroom that we can't see, Melly's reactions to things, the whole nine yards, also, this is disturbing. So yesterday, my kid sent me a screenshot, and I thought it was a joke. And then I saw Boom sent it to me later and then posted it on Twitter. And I was like, okay, it's not a joke. They've opened up bets on the verdict for Melly. Now, here's my problem. I don't like that because, you know, there's a difference in covering true crime stuff and covering court cases and doing all of those things. There's a difference in, you know, in watching the justice system work and watching, you know, the trials and being interested in things that are going on in the world. There's a difference in that and covering that kind of stuff. There's a difference in that and opening up bets on a situation like this where people have lost. I mean, there are 2 lives lost, possibly a third if he's convicted and gets death penalty. So, I mean, and we're betting $100 on the verdict. This isn't like the Gwyneth Paltrow case. If Gwyneth Paltrow case, did she run into him? Did he run into her? Whatever. Bet all your money you want. Who cares? But these are lives lost. These are grieving mothers sitting in a courtroom watching this unfold every day. And for this company to open up bets on it is disgusting. Having said that, there is also another disgusting thing that I want to address, because I've had so many people message me about it, and I know that we've posted our thoughts on it on the Twitter, the 13-year Twitter page. The autopsy photos of Gannon. I've had people in here ask me before if I was going to show autopsy stuff, or if I had pictures, or when they blur out the stuff on the stream, asking me if I can get them. I would not show them if I had them. I think it's, again, goes to what I was saying a second ago. There is a difference in covering true crime stuff and staying informed about what's going on in the world, the justice system, whatever. There's a difference in that and just being irresponsible in your presentation of what you share with people. That's somebody's youngin'. And sharing those pictures does not do any good in the world. It does not. The convictions already happened. This does not prevent future anything. And it's not something that we will ever, 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 ever do on this stream. Ever. It's BS. And I don't even have words. That's somebody's kid. I love that we have fun here. I love that we, y'all see me cry. I'll cry on stream, y'all. Like when they talk about victim stuff, anything to do with, my mama's heart, I will cry. But we also do have, a lot of fun. We have our trial daddies, and we have, our inside jokes, and we have fun. But I feel like there needs to be a level of respect for what's going on and the victims. And when that lack of respect is so in your face, it's not something that it's just not something that I agree with, and it ain't my jam, and it never will be. So I think that I heard the page got taken down, but to me that's not enough. I think that there should be permanent bans, and maybe let's find a new career if you can't cover things in a way that respects the victims and the families. So that's my soapbox for a Tuesday morning. Everybody say good morning to Lucy. She's messy. She's messy. We went for our walk this morning, and look how cute she is. We went for our walk this morning, and so she's tired. So right now our flip-flop count is at 0, but it probably won't take long after the first nap. She will already be bringing me flip-flops. So, so interesting. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let's see. Let me scroll up a little bit. That part. There was no good reason to be showing any of that. It was for the paying customers this level and above or whatever she said. And that's not my jam. Let's see. Leave the autopsies to the professionals. Most I'll give y'all is graphics explaining what happened, but like the extent of my graphics are like, here's a red spot where this happened and that type of thing. Could you imagine being, being Gannon's mom and getting on like Facebook or something and seeing like these pictures just floating? I mean, could you imagine the emotional damage? Let's use our heads, people. Let's see. Those photos are triggering. If I don't know anybody who, I know some of y'all have just started following me like with some of the more recent cases, but anybody who was still following me during the Gannon stuff, that's when that's before I started streaming, when I was just doing all my recap videos. And if you remember in that first video, I cried like a baby the whole time. I could not catch my breath. I kept having to stop and re-record. You can see that I am just exasperated the whole time. I kept taking like deep breaths and my face was red and my voice was shaking. And I mean, I had a hard time getting through, especially that first video. And then when, we were watching the trial, I watched the trial with Recovery Addict. And, when we were watching it, there were so many ridiculous things that she was doing and the cash baby. And, you can have fun with the ridiculous, but when it comes to that baby, y'all, it hurts my heart. Hearing that video of his voice when they played it in opening statements, I lost it. I almost didn't cover that trial because that hit me so hard. And then I've told some of y'all the story. I went to supper with one of my girlfriends here, and it was like this restaurant on the bay that's actually my kid works at now. And we're sitting there, and the sweetest kid, was working there, came over, and I was like, he's about my son's age. And I was like, he's just the sweetest thing. And I was like, what is your name? He said, my name is Gannon. And I was like, oh, I was like, it's my son. I gotta help tell Gannon's story. So I ended up doing the recaps, even though I had a hard time with it. But I can't imagine being like, you know what I'm going to do? Charge people to see this child's autopsy pics. Oh, Mark and Heidi. That's another thing. Thank you for reminding me, Shreen. So Mark the Shark and Mighty Heidi are going to be coming on as the dynamic duo. We get to talk to them, ask them questions. Actually, that reminds me, I need to text her back right now. So I've got to get it scheduled. We text her back. Good morning. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. I have texted her, so we'll get that set up. Yeah, so very cool that we're going to have them. So we have a lot of big things happening. We have Boom coming on today. I'm going to get in touch with Heidi and get that scheduled with her and Mark. And I talked to Fredo Bang. He says he's coming on after the trial is over. We will see. Let's see. Kevin Ball says these kids' family, you worry about their feelings. My question is, where is the same empathy for people those kids had harmed. Every song is about. Oh, well, you know what? I am fully aware that not every victim is going to be what they call a perfect victim, where, you know, they don't have any kind of, um, you know, skeletons in their closet or anything like that. But I also don't, you know, don't like to victim blame. And no matter what their music said, I, there's nothing that can make me not concerned about how their mamas are feeling after, you know, they lost their kids. Oh, Law and Order Amber, I saw this. Captain Corey. Yeah. That one's sad. I've heard this from a lot of people that the mistress child case is hitting hard, and I have not even begun to look into that. I have um, I had to take a break from the kids stuff for a little bit. It gets, what I do is so heavy anyway, and um, I know my limits. I haven't been able to watch that one at all. Oh, let's see. Yes, Polly Prissy Pants says there's a way to take action and report the channel, and I believe that they have done that, and it was taken down from what I heard. I don't have Patreon or whatever. I don't have that, and people keep asking me if I can do that or whatever, and I don't know anything about it. I'll look into it, but I don't know much about it. So Boom, the only thing he really told me about yesterday was that while they were showing the stuff with uh, um, that's Heidi. Sorry. All right. We will get something planned. I'll talk to her this week when I'm off, and we're going to get something planned. So yay. The only thing that he said about yesterday was that during the videos where they were showing the videos of them driving and all of that stuff, he said that Melly seemed as confused about everything as the rest of the gallery. You know, I was thinking about that when he said that too, because I guess, you know, I know that I brought up the charts and stuff like that, so it kind of made it a little bit easier to, I guess, follow along with what they were talking about. But I guess if you didn't have that pulled up and going on, then you would just be like, what's the point of this? So I don't know. So I hope that helps. Zing Floyd, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Day 13. Yeah, day 13. 13 is, it could be a lucky number, right? It could be a lucky number. Let's see. Corey was an 11-year-old who wanted to YouTube to give his last days purpose. We got subscribers over 100,000 in less than 12 hours, and his play but the kid stuff gets me, man. All right, let's see. Boom tonight is going to be I guess whenever court ends. So he said about 5 or 6, depending on when court ends, and he can get to computer and get to us. All right, let's see. Let's unmute it. You're right. 13 jurors are lucky. It is a lucky number. Virginia Little says that's her lucky number. See, that's why you work so well with us. All right, let's see. I think I got caught up on chat. All right, so I'm going to pull up. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. We have movement. A lot of movement. It's like shaking. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake it like a Polaroid page. All right, let's see. I am going to pull the pictures that I made so that we can have them ready. Do I have eyebrows right now? Hold on, we got to see this. I kind of do. Look at there. Look at there. They didn't completely bleach out. They do bleach out a lot though during the summer. So the only reason I still have even any color left in my hair or eyebrows is because I have been working so much that I haven't been in the sun as much as I usually am. So thank y'all for that. All right, let's see. I'm going to get the I can delete this. Share. Download. I want to get this stuff pulled up so I don't have to keep pulling it up from the website, so that way we can pull it up bigger. Because I thought I had it saved to my computer, but I guess I deleted it, or either it's saved to my laptop and not my computer. So I want to pull up some of the pictures that will help us as they're going over some of this stuff. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Why do I have that in my head? Okay, what page is that? 7. Download. Page 7. All right, there's that, and then there's one other one I want to save. Yes, here we go. the next day. Sorry, I'm just sitting here dancing in my own world, trying to download these. It's funny you say that. Virginia Little says probably unpopular, but Boone seems to lean way Melly's way. What was Melly confused about yesterday? The fact that they could trail him. So it's funny you say that because the conversation he had with Melly's mom is the exact opposite. She told him that he has been uh, biased towards Melly and or biased against Melly and their family the entire time. So uh, so funny you say that. Oops. Oops. Okay, I need a computer, people. Why does this do this? I have fiber internet. I have like the fastest internet you can have. So why does this do? Why is this happening? What causes that when I have literally the fastest internet ever? Could be my router. Um, they put our routers is like it's like installed in the door, like right behind me. Ghetto intellect. Hello. I am in my office in the bushes. Hey, fam. Hey. John Thomas. It's John Thomas messing with my internet. Okay, so it's not mine. It's because it did that. It did that like twice yesterday too. I don't know how to reboot the router. I have the fiber internet stuff in my building, and they put the router thing like above the door, which the door I'm like in the corner of my little condo. There's you can't see it, but right on this side there's like a little short hallway right there, and my front door is right there. So I'm only like 15 feet from it tops. I wonder if I can do that. I wonder if they have. I don't know anything about all this stuff. I don't know. I'll have to look at it. Wait for further instructions from JT. That's normally how I handle everything. Thank you so much. Shy 420 says, I would not spend my time watching a channel if the creator did not cry or show any of the same as whatever that emotion might be. Glad, sad, or mad. I thank you for being you. Love from Callie. Thank you so much. One thing about me, y'all gonna know how I feel. I don't know. I have Fire Dog. But see, hold on, let me look at something. That scared the bejesus out of me. Like my upload speed is like 165.6 Mbps. They do that to me every time. I try to mute it. That's what it says. It says 165.6. Hold on, let me test it again. For upload. Why is that? That's good though, right? Yes. Travion Glass was in the red car. He was in the passenger seat. Oh, it's well, I just tested it again and now it's only 148.6. But they just installed this in my building. Yeah. That's weird. My download, but my download stuff just dropped down to 19.5. See, this is why I need computer class in all my spare time, right? In all my spare time. All right, let's see. What else we got going on while we're waiting on them because they're always late. I downloaded our charts so we can watch along and I can pull them up, which helps us figure out what's going on. No. The red car, nobody in the red car was shot. The red car is the one that we saw going through the gate. They made it home. All four of them made it home. It's the two passengers in the Jeep that were the victims. I think we're back. Maybe. Maybe not. Almost had him. All right. That's all right.
The defendant is the killer.
See, they faked me out and they make me think that they're coming on. So then I unmute it, and then they get in my ear in these headphones really loud just to scare me. Conspiracy. All right, let's see. We had an anniversary. Jamie Letourneau, member for 2 months. Happy anniversary. We're glad you're here. Now your 13 is yellow. We thank you. Y'all, it's hard to believe that it's been 2 months since we've been streaming. Who knew? Who knew? Yes, Lindsay Hendricks is all about me. They do this just to scare me. No, they are not going to do the multiple personalities thing for good reason. It would be stupid too, because he doesn't have multiple personalities. So I think that they knew better than to try. That's a hard thing to fake, y'all, unless you have Dr. Dorothy. But even then, nobody really buys it. That's a hard thing to fake. And it's normally something that if that's a situation in your life where you have actual multiple personality disorder or DID, then it's not something that you're going to just be finding out after you murder somebody. This is normally, like a process of, finding things out and going through all of this. So it's a really hard thing to fake. If you want to see somebody try, watch the interrogation of Letitia, or the interview of Letitia Stalk with Dr. Dorothy Lewis. But he has more stage name and not, or stage persona and not actual personalities. Nurse for God gifted a membership. Thank you. I think that was a minute ago and I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you, Nurse for God. I appreciate that. And keep in mind, all of y'all that are members. Lindsay Hendricks is also celebrating 2-month anniversary. And Lindsay Hendricks says, I love y'all so much. It's funny because I'm a woman of few words in the morning after waking up, but I come here right away to be with y'all. Oh, we're glad you do. The defense is going to have a defense, and I know that they have their own. I can't remember if it was like ballistics expert or trajectory expert or whatever it is that they're coming in. The state tried to file a motion to have that excluded, but they waited so long to file that motion that it was denied. And why are we not? They didn't turn our audio on. Get it together. They still haven't turned audio on. Anywho, I keep saying I'm so curious to see what their defense is going to be, because I have not been able to find. You're going to get tangled in them wires, little girl. Walk around. Hey, walk around, big girl. There you go. Don't look at me like that. Go. You're fine. You really need the one toy that's behind the desk. Here. Okay. Sorry, Lucy's needy. So I keep saying that I am interested to see what they say, because I haven't been able to find any other scenario that works with the evidence, the actual data evidence. Y'all know I like the data. Like, I like the testimony too, but I love me some data, because you can't lie with data. So I haven't been able to find any other scenario that works, and I hope that they provide us, something to think about. So we'll see. Oh, you squeaked and my Yorkie went nuts. Sorry, Miss L. I forget sometimes. I do that when I am playing with her, and I've had people tell me that, like, I woke their dogs up and that they started flipping out and stuff. My bad. Let's see. And for the members, before I forget, don't forget, for those of you who joined us a little bit late, don't forget, we are, I'm going to be doing a members only recap as a extra perk for our members. It's going to be hopefully between 15 to 20-minute recaps every day at the end of court, to go over the main stuff and who the people were, and like the main points of their testimony and all that good stuff. So the important stuff recaps. Let's see. Joey H says, now my dog thinks my phone is her squeaky toy. Thanks. Sorry. In opening statement, the defense said that a lot of people could have did it except the defendant. Yeah. But my thing is, who and how and why? And I would like to hear something that gives us something to think about. Oh, look who's here. Hello. Welcome. You've had people asking about you. Still no sound. Good morning. Nothing interesting yet. They haven't started yet, and they haven't turned on the sound. So I'm hoping that they haven't just forgotten. But I guess we'll see. I don't like being muted, y'all. I am too nosy to be muted. Next room. Look, I got it turned all the way up, and they're gonna blow my ears out when. So let's see. So far, this is what is being said. Court began with several questions from the jury regarding the timeline, cameras, and photos. Judge Murphy instructed the jury that their identification is being protected during the trial. Okay, he's back on the stand and there's no volume. You gotta be kidding me.
So now to take in without the okay.
This is old stuff.
Already, in terms of the address that we just talked about, that 3220 address, what subdevelopment was that located in?
That was in Sunset Lakes.
Is that the same subdivision as that 18541 address we talked about earlier today?
It's the same development, but not the actual same sub-community.
Yeah.
Approximately how far apart are they?
About maybe less than a mile.
Okay. After you reviewed these coordinates and had some idea of a path of travel and location, did you go and try and locate any other surveillance footage that would be useful in the presentation of this case?
We got the video from the turnpike, from 595.
Okay.
We got the video from the McDonald's.
Yeah, this is
there was
old.
a video from the Montessori School. We were on US 27 looking for video, which we did not recover any.
Okay. In terms of the cameras on US 27, what did you learn about those?
The video was much to our surprise that those cameras do not record.
And so the initial date of when you obtained the T-Mobile records, do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was, the initial records was prior to the T-Mobile records?
Prior to the T-Mobile?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So after you got the T-Mobile, did you look for other video on Pines Boulevard or assign someone to do so on the east side of 172nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they successful in obtaining any footage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going forward on November 21st, did you have the opportunity to respond out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of the geography of that location?
It's an isolated road in the, I want to say around 2018.
And would a copy of the timeline extraction from Mr. Williams' phone help you get them exactly?
Yes.
If I may, showing the timeline.
You can barely hear it. I'm muting my microphone so you can hear it.
So based on the review, what date did Mr. Williams start with the new phone?
August 17th, 2018.
So going forward with Mr. Williams' phone, did you review every single photo that you had access to in that phone?
Yes,
Did you review every single video you had access to in that phone?
yes.
In terms of the percentage of photos and videos that showed Mr. Williams, what number would you assign to that?
I would say it would probably be 75 to 80% on.
In terms of the time frame after the homicide occurred, were there any outgoing calls on Mr. Williams' phone?
No, ma'am.
Were there incoming calls?
I believe there was some incoming calls, but nothing that was, nothing was received, anything like that. There was no response.
So once law enforcement had the phone in their possession, did they pick up any of the phone calls?
No,
Did they respond to any of the text messages?
no, ma'am.
In terms of the activity on the phone, what was the last recorded activity you have in this phone that Mr. Williams had completed?
I believe it was somewhere around midnight. The timeline would tell me sometime around midnight.
And so we're looking at the time and help refresh your recollection as to?
Yes,
Okay. I'm looking at page 392 for the list. So once you had an opportunity to review, I'll ask you my question. What's the last outgoing activity from that cell phone?
okay, the last recorded activity outgoing from that phone was actually 10/25/2018 at 11:59 p.m.
Okay. And in terms of the outgoing activity, who is that going to? What phone number?
It shows an outgoing message, doesn't say who it was going to. He had sent previous messages outgoing. You can't tell who he's talking to in this, because you can see it says outgoing, it says from.
Okay. So in terms of looking at the reports on this phone on the timeline, that's not the best way to review the messaging content.
No,
What's the best way to look at the messaging content?
actually in messaging.
So with regards to this timeline here, are you able to look at an entry on the timeline and verify it against a chat or messaging printout out a report?
Yes.
So I want to go now and talk about Christopher Thomas's cell phone. Where was
No,
that
we're
cell
live
phone
now.
found?
That was found in the back, right rear passenger floorboard.
And what color case was on that one, do you recall?
I believe it was a blue case.
And in terms of the cellular data, we were discussing that yesterday. On Mr. Williams' phone, who was the registered subscriber?
It was Boost Mobile, but the user of the phone was Chris Thomas.
I'm sorry, Anthony Williams' phone. Who was the registered subscriber? And if you need to refer to anything, please let me know.
The mobile CDR would help.
Okay. And so I'll publish states 63.
Chat's being weird. If it's being weird, just refresh it. I had to refresh it on this.
So is this one of the T-Mobile CDRs that you received back?
Yes.
This has been previously put into evidence as state 63 and the T-Mobile records. I'm going to go to the account details. The activation date on this particular CDR for the phone number 954-248-9081. Who was it saying was the account name under?
Jamie L. King.
Do you know who Jamie King is?
Is the mother of the defendant.
And where did you first meet Ms. King?
At the hospital.
In terms of the activation date, what date was that?
Activation date was 8/17/2018.
Is that the same date that you just specified to was when that phone timeline started?
Yes, ma'am.
As to the account expiration or cancellation date, what date was that canceled on?
10/29/2018.
With regards to the data on Mr. Williams' phone, did you get the same true call data like you did for the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When we were talking, and I believe it was states 88 or 89, about the location at Brook Road, how far away was the estimated phone location of the defendant from where the casings were actually found?
About 100 meters.
How far away was Mr. Williams' phone estimated location from the network compared to where the casings were found?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Williams' phone was about 100 meters from where the casings were found, and the defendant's phone was about 400 meters.
In terms of, I think I tried to ask you this the other day.
Okay, I think we got bugs worked out, or Law and Crime did anyway. Hopefully. But I don't know what's going on with chat. It completely stopped. And now it seems like it's back up again. Yes, they are going over phones. Now they're going over the victims' phones. And I kind of missed the beginning, but let's see if we can actually, let me see if I can pull up the any tweets about it.
Ready with regards to this subscriber information on the 772-713-9807. Who was that phone subscribed to?
Jamie King.
And again, who is Ms. King?
The mother of the defendant.
And so in terms of, you were describing the difference in the distances from those two homes from the actual crime scene. And how far, you said one was, 100 meters, one was 400 meters? In terms of the geography of that location, can you go off of Pembroke Road north?
No, ma'am.
What types of brush, environmental trees, describe all that for the ladies and gentlemen.
It's a fish.
Excuse me, can we have a time frame when he's doing this? I don't know if it's this year or.
Sustained. Detective Murray, with regards to when you went there in 2018, describe the vegetation for the ladies and gentlemen.
We were processing the crime scene in 2018. It was November 21st. It's a thick, heavy brush marsh. Like it's actually deemed a wetlands area, believe it or not. So there's not a lot that can be done built out there because of the way it's zoned. It's a preservation area, so it's very thick, very heavy. You're not looking at that.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the trajectory rods that were placed in the vehicle. In terms of your investigation, was there one rod in particular that was important?
Objection beyond his expertise. Hasn't been qualified.
Thank you, sustained.
Detective Murray, with regards to Rod K, what was that, why was that important in your investigation?
I sustained objection.
Different question, in terms of.
He objected again, I sustained objection, same approach.
Detective Murray, were you present when trajectory rods were placed into the vehicle?
Yes.
Objection. And they were placed at several dates, so I would ask.
You made your objection, all right? Objection understood, over proceed.
So Detective Murray, I want to start on the first date that trajectory rods were put in that vehicle, on October 26th of 2018. Were you present at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk about then on November 28th of 2018, where the present trajectory rods were placed again into the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Going forward until 2021, when Detective Christopher Williams put trajectory rods in that vehicle. Were you present at that time?
No, ma'am.
When the vehicle was looked at again in February of 2023, February 14th, I believe. Were you present at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the information on the trajectory rods, was that something that you took into account in your investigation?
Yes, the Rod K was.
Objection to further.
Sustained. That's why I took it into account, but
Okay.
that's the end.
And so for purposes of ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where was Rod K?
Rod K was extended from the outside of the right rear passenger side door and was protruded to the inside of the vehicle, all the way through the vehicle, through the left rear passenger area where someone would be sitting, and the end point was the interior door frame. The only way that could have hit if that door frame was open.
Okay. So I want to go forward now. And so at this point in November 21st of 2018, did you have any information that led back to the house at 18541? That anyone had gone back to that house that is involved in that murder?
Objection calls for his.
Not for the truth of the matter.
Over,
We had no information at that point that we had any nexus between the house and the crime itself.
In November of 2018, did you know where Frito Bang or Frederick Gibbons was living?
You know that.
Have you been able to identify Frederick Gibbons as an individual that might have information in this case?
The name came up early on in the investigation, but could not, locate where he was at or where he was living.
And so to go back to, States 63, the CDRs from T-Mobile. Approximately, again, what date did you receive the T-Mobile records?
It was around November 9th.
Okay. So on the CDRs, Ellen first. When you get the CDRs, is there an explanation page that is given on each one?
Yes, ma'am.
What does this tell you about the records?
It explains all the columns that's on the CDR. The date explains what UTC is, how to, extrapolate it back to the actual year for proper time. The duration, that's how long the call is, it's always done in seconds. Call type, is it a call, call forwarding, incoming, outgoing, MMS, which is a multimedia, SMS, text message, just the different formats, mobile origination, mobile terminating. That's sometimes the calls received on one tower, switch off to another tower, that's received mobile terminating.
Okay. Does it indicate whether or not a phone call is sent to voicemail?
Yes,
And how does that show up in these call detail records?
you'll see it says call forwarding, then you'll also see the standard T-Mobile phone voicemail number, which is always relatively very standard, 805-637-7243.
Okay. And so that is explained in the document that's included with the records.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you create this document?
No, ma'am.
Who does?
T-Mobile.
So going to the call detail records here that's already been entered into evidence in state 63. Which phone number are we looking at on this particular one?
772-713-9807.
Can you explain what the IMSI and IMEI are?
The MCMISI is International Mobile Subscriber Authentication. That's just the account number for the subscriber on the network. Then the IMEI is your International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That's the number that actually communicates with on the network with the tower and the phone and everything else. It's actually a more important number than the actual phone number.
Okay. Is the actual phone number reflected in these records as well?
Yes.
And where would you be able to tell, other than at the top, whether it's an incoming or outgoing phone call to that phone number?
You would put it in the call message direction.
On these CDRs, you mentioned UTC time, so I'm going to have to ask you to do math again, my apologies. What UTC time corresponds to 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 26th of 2018?
On this one, we would be subtracting 4 hours off, so you have line 19 highlighted. That would be 9:48:15 UTC time, which would be Eastern Standard Time would be 5:48:15.
Okay. So what is 6:46 UTC?
6:46 would be 1:46 a.m.
In terms of the phone calls and anything, I'm sorry, 6:46 would be what time?
6:46 would be, 2:46 a.m.
Okay. And then 8:40 UTC on October 26, 2018. What time would that be on 10/26/2018 Eastern Time or local time?
3:40 a.m.
I'm sorry.
The 5:40 a.m.
Okay, so 8:40, you subtract 4,
Yes, ma'am, so it'd be 4:40 a.m.
4:40 a.m. Okay. So at 4:40 a.m., the 772-713 phone number is calling what phone number?
954-376-9158.
And in terms of, does that phone number come up again later on during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Yeah, we're live.
Marked as states quadruple V and quadruple W. Did this reference or change? Swamp or Jason? Showing phone numbers.
Thank you. It was amazing.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the stuff that they were just talking about, the call after the murders at, what do you say, 4:40, I think is what it was. That's when he called track. Oh, goodness gracious. Hello, Ricky Watson. Hello, hello. Pop it. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, Madam CJ No Walker. I have questions about your theory. If because just from what I've seen, track seems like sketchy based on a lot of things. So if you think track set him up, because you're not the only one who has said that, if you think he set him up, who do you think actually did it? Where would Melly have gone? How did he get his phone back? And then what the next day when track went with them to go find the guns. What are your thoughts on that? I want to hear all about your theory, because you're not the only one that thinks that Track had something to do with it. I'm curious. Welcome, welcome. No sound right now because they're in a sidebar, but we've had sound. I hope the sidebar doesn't move to a recess. You know how this court works. Plenty of recesses. Plenty of recesses. Casey Capri 23 says Track shouldn't have handed over the phone with no warrant. There actually was a warrant, and they had a warrant on the phone and were tracking it. So when he went there to talk to Bortland's attorney, they already knew that he had Melly's phone with him because they had a warrant on it and were tracking it. So they made him give it up. He didn't know that they had a warrant. Well, to my knowledge, he didn't know that they had a warrant on it tracking it. But Moretti here, the one that's on the stand, in his deposition, he said that that's how they got the phone, that Track didn't just volunteer it. They had the warrant on it watching the location for it. So they knew that he had it with him when he came up there. Life Lesson said, there are people who don't think it was Melly. Definitely interested to hear why. Yeah, this is what I keep asking. Like the people who have other theories. I want to hear the other theories. Okay, so yeah, I definitely think it was an inside job. Truly think it was between Bortland and Track. Melly was blindsided, got out of the car and ran. He may had a convo with Track after it all happened. Okay, so then who do you think pulled the trigger? Because with the blood spatter and everything, we know that Bortland couldn't have. And whoever pulled the trigger was sitting in the back seat. So who do you think pulled the trigger, and how do you think that they got there? Jay Matthews says, I think Melly did it, but I think Track told him to do it. I've heard that theory too, that Track was kind of behind the scenes on this. I've heard that theory as well. Let's see. Julius Stack says Track may have not set him up, but he isn't going to lie to law enforcement enough to be treated like the other witnesses who have been threatened with jail and placed in house arrest. He's just cooperating with the investigation. Okay, but is he though? Because he, in one of the depositions I read, they were saying that 100K Track management, or whatever the name of the thing he has is refusing to honor a subpoena. So I don't think he's, according to that deposition at that time, was cooperating all that much. Track eats if Melly goes to jail or not. He controls his YouTube right now. Yeah, and what's strange is that like, everybody involved with Track is either dead or in jail. Track probably had to calm Melly down after it all happened, even if Bortland wasn't involved. It definitely seemed set up. But who do you think pulled the trigger? You don't think Melly
Let the
did
record
it?
reflect the jury step down, come from me, along with the defendant, you need a reference break that, Gary?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything else to discuss right now?
After the rest of the right, after the presence of the witness and the jury, yes.
Okay, so, check.
Okay, I've seen theories where backseat passenger shot the front passenger and then Bortland shot the other person. I've heard those theories, but my thing with that is that doesn't work with the autopsy results, and it doesn't work with the blood spatter, and it doesn't work with the bullet trajectory. Only if you believe the backseat person did the shooting. I 150% believe that the backseat person did the shooting, and not because there's one piece of evidence that suggests it, because of the cumulative evidence that suggests it. So I trust data and science way more than I trust like just testimony and stuff. So, and when all of the science stuff fits, that's where the shooter was sitting, that to me holds a lot of weight. Brooke says the only person who said it was inside was the reconstruction, and he couldn't give an example where the gunman was in the car. All of them were outside. That's actually not correct. He was not the only person who said it was inside. There were multiple, and they actually did give examples of where the gunman would have been and had it laid out to show exactly how it would have happened to account for the blood spatter, the trajectory of the bullets, the entry and exit wounds, and all of that. Which is what I'm saying. Like, it's not just one testimony. Look, if it had, okay, I'll say this. If it had just been the guy who, the first one with the strings and stuff like that, then I'm like, okay, that's not, like, that gives you a general idea, but it's not like science. You know what I mean? It gives you a general idea of, based on, what they were doing, but it's not science. The extent that they went to when they did it with the guy who, like, that's his whole thing. Because the first guy that did it too, that's not his whole thing. That was a part of what he did. But if it was just that, then I'd be like, But the second guy, like, that's his whole jam. And that's, the way that he was able to use everything in there and, figure it out. And then his stuff lined up exactly with the autopsy results and the entry and exit wound. So that's why it's like accumulation of all of the actual physical data and evidence and things we can prove, and science and math. Like, those are actual proven things. We know exactly where the entry wound was and exactly where the exit wound was. We know that the other shots came after they were dead. Like, those are the things that are factual. So I like to take all the factual stuff and put it together and then work my theories around that. So to me, there's no doubt that at this point, that the shots came from the back seat, because everything points to that. How would they have a warrant for the phone if they said the phone that was turned in wasn't the original phone? Wouldn't the warrant be for a specified IMEI? No, it was for the account. They had the iCloud account, and that's how they actually found out that it was a separate phone, because they didn't even know it was a separate phone until they found out on the iCloud stuff. I think whoever else was in the back seat shot the guy in front first, and Bortland turned and shot him. Melly ran. Okay, again, based on the extensive science and math stuff, Bortland didn't shoot. See, Melly pulled the trigger, called Fredo to pick him up, got to Fredo's house, showered, changed clothes. That's why Glass saw him there in different clothes. How are they tracking a phone they didn't know existed? What do you mean they didn't know existed? Let's see. Yeah, email it to me. I want to hear it. It's Brandi at brandychurchwell.com. I want to hear other people's theories. I like to hear theories that still fit with the evidence. And Madam CJ No Walker, I'm not trying to pick on you for your theory or pick it apart. Y'all know how I am. I want to hear other theories. Let's see. This trial with the breaks and sidebars is frustrating to watch. Yeah, it is. There's a lot. There's so much. So many sidebars. They said that Bortland had blood on back and front of his shirt, if I remember correctly. Yes, ma'am, Lisa Wilmot. Yes, ma'am. I want to hear from the defense expert on trajectory. Then I feel like I can make a more informed judgment. Yeah, I'm excited to hear that. I like to hear experts. And then decide whose experts make the most sense. Because y'all, some experts get up there and you're like, bless your heart, like, okay, you gave it your best shot. But some of them you get up there and like, okay, that makes sense. All the expert has to do is give some scenario that makes enough sense to create doubt. You look at the experts like, I hate to keep bringing up Dr. Lewis, but Dr. Dorothy Lewis, she's an expert and got up there and we were listening to her like, okay, all right, yeah. an expert is there to give their opinions based on their experience and their methods and all of that. So they get up there and tell you what they think and how they came to that conclusion. And you know that they are an expert because they know more than you do about, or more than the average person about this specific thing. And then you take what they're saying, and or the jury takes what they're saying and decides how much weight to put on their testimony. So some experts I hear and I'm like, all right, yeah, that could make sense. And some of them I'm like, eh. The staircase one is one of my favorite ones to bring up for that reason, because do y'all remember the staircase? What I think we talked about it on this, maybe it was this stream before, where the his wife fell down the stairs or was pushed down the stairs and died, but then it turned out it was his first wife also died the same way from an accidental stair fall. So he was on trial for murder, and then they had the same expert who testified in Murdoch actually, came in and was like, it was an owl. And like, if anybody just was like, okay, saying that out loud when you're like, oh yeah, this is his second wife that's died mysteriously from falling down the stairs, and then somebody's like, he didn't do it, it was an owl, you'd be like, all right, you're loony. But when you hear him go over it, it's like some of the stuff makes, enough sense to create that little bit of doubt that that's all he needs. So it's, it all depends on how much sense you think they make. The reconstruction really clinched it for me, to be honest. Yeah, same thing. That was what the autopsy, those 2 days of testimony, the autopsy, and I'm not saying clinched, like I'm not completely like there's no other options because we haven't heard defense yet. But right now I'm leaning toward I can't find another theory that fits with evidence. And the things that I am convinced on are the data part of it. So for me, I'm leaning towards that because I haven't heard anything else. So I'll be really curious to see what their expert says. Yeah, exactly. I'm leaning towards prosecutor's opinion, but I think we need to wait and listen to the defense before we come to that conclusion. Yeah. I mean, right now, all we've heard is the prosecution side. So let's see. That's interesting. Interesting theory. I think Bortland and Track planned this. I think Melly did the shooting, but it was Bortland's idea to stage the drive-by. That's why he didn't have his phone. That's an interesting theory. One thing that I can't get over too is Bortland was driving, so he drove out to that remote location. So my thing is how, because I've heard some people say that they think that he was involved in planning this, and I've heard some people say that they think that he was, surprised and taken off guard based on the messages from Melly about how, when Melly said, it was, he's like, it was my fault, if they come get him, it was, remember it was my fault or whatever, then it makes it sound like Portland didn't know as much or whatever, but I have not made up my mind completely on that. I hear different things. Let's see. Tiny Thomas says, I'm saying guilty for now, but I'm real interested in seeing what the defense is about to do when the state rush. Yeah. I'm interested to see it too. The science is based on circumstantial evidence. Disagree. The science is based on the science, like the entry wound, the exit wound, where they were sitting in the car when, the holes in the car line up to the holes in their body after they were slumped over. And I mean, none of that is circumstantial. Yes, a warrant is for IMEI. You can't get a warrant for an iCloud account. They had a warrant for his phone. I can send you the documents if you'd like to see them. Lisa Wilmot says would be really interesting to see police interviews of both Melly and Portland. Did they lawyer up when arrested? So the interview with Portland in the hospital, we heard that in the beginning, but that was it. Melly lawyered up. He did not speak to anybody. When he was arrested for other stuff, police flew out to go talk to him, and he wouldn't speak to them again there. And his attorney said that based on the, I can't remember how he worded it in the deposition, but it was something about his attitude and demeanor or something like that. Those may not have been the exact words, but that was the gist of it. He said that based on that, Melly has decided not to give a statement. So he's done everything through his lawyer. So that's that. He hasn't spoke to police at all. Let's see.
Thank you very much.
Yes, that's what I love. I love hearing other theories.
Yep. Thank you. Detective Moretti, please.
entering?
They did a GSR test on his hands, and the presumptive test came back negative. The lab test came back positive, but there wasn't much. And they went over like the
There you
two-part
go, thank
components
you.
and stuff like that.
May be seated, let the record reflect the presence of our attorney, the defendant, Mr. Dennis, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, all witnesses, Detective Moretti remains on the stand. Counsel, if you can continue, please.
So Detective Moretti, I was coming to show you what's been previously marked as states quadruple lead and quadruple W.
We're finally back.
Do you recognize these two exhibits? Please take a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Moretti, are those stated off of those now pursuant to 90.803 subsection 6 of this business record, Your Honor?
Same thing.
Counsel, I'm sorry, would you, can I see them, please? We can activate here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, just notice overruled. You'll be admitted.
States quadruple B will be marked states 96, and states quadruple W will be marked states 97.
So, that was Chase and Chase.
96 is
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna start with publishing states 96. Detective Moretti, the records that you just reviewed, where are they from on the first one that we are looking at?
This is the Chase Bank records for the operating account of the management team for the defendant.
Okay. And could you seek a subpoena or legal process to get these particular records?
They were achieved through a subpoena.
So I want to go here. There are a number of accounts in this. So I'm going to start the name of the manager. What was his name?
Jameson Francois,
Let's
Did you
try.
have an occasion to meet with Mr. Francois?
several times.
Okay. So I'm going to start on this. This is the count ending in 5827 for counsel. It's sublabeled page 1 of the records. Did Mr. Francois list a telephone number on his bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number is that?
954-376-9158.
Okay, going back to states 63, the phone call at 4:40 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:40 UTC. What phone number is that?
954-376-9158.
And so the first phone number and was published from account ending in 5827. Going out to the account ending in 5835. What was the account number on this for the telephone number?
954-376-9158.
And that's for Mr. Francois.
Yes, ma'am.
There are two phone numbers on this particular account. Do you recognize the name Adria Scott?
Yes, that's the wife of Mr. Jameson Francois, as well as part of the management team for the defendant.
Going to the account ending in 5850. Did Mr. Francois put a phone number on that account as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, same phone number?
Same phone number, ma'am.
Going to the phone number in 5868. Same phone number?
Same phone number.
Continuing, ending, the account ending in 6173. What phone number is on that one?
954-376-9158.
And the account's in 5173.
954-376-9158.
So in terms of the date and time frame that these records cover is 2019. Let me go now to states. 97 is the SunTrust.
Yes, that's 97.
Is SunTrust.
Thank you.
Okay. Detective Moretti. Again, with regards to the records from SunTrust, how did you obtain these?
Through a subpoena.
When you got the SunTrust records, did it have identifying information for Mr. Francois?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a personal mobile number listed on the SunTrust account?
954-376-9158.
So we know
And
9158 is
In
tracked.
terms of the dates on these records, what is the date down here at the bottom?
8/29/2018.
Is that before or after the murders of Mr. Thomas and Ms. Williams?
Before.
So going back to the phone records, the next phone call that after the 4:40 a.m. is a 9:03 UTC, which if you would be so kind as to subtract the 4 to give us our actual time.
The 5:03:06 a.m.
Okay. And so on these records, does it indicate a duration of a phone calls?
It's a 5-second phone call
And which column are you looking at for that?
versus duration.
Is that the second column?
It would be column C if you look at the top of the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you. So going down to the 903:16, you mentioned a voicemail number before.
Correct, ma'am.
And so if this 805-637-7249, what does that mean according to these records?
It's indicates the call was forwarded to a voicemail service system.
So when you look at call line 16 and 17 together, what does it tell you what happened with the incoming call from 772-501-6942?
The call came in, and then it was immediately forwarded out to the voicemail service, which is 805-637-7249.
Going to the next phone call, which 9:04 UTC would translate to what time regular Eastern Standard?
The 5:04:27.
And that incoming call comes from what number?
225-529-5054.
So I want to switch over in states 63 to Sprint records and the subscriber information for 225-529-5054.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the subscriber information for that 225-529-5054 number?
Frederick Givens.
And were you able to identify Frederick Givens during the course of this investigation by a nickname?
Yes,
And what was that?
Fredo Banks.
Excuse me, could we have a time frame for that?
Sure. And Detective Moretti, at what point did you learn that Frederick Givens also went by the name of Frito Bang?
Relatively within the first couple of days of the investigation.
Pickle and Frito.
Did you know where Frito Bang lived anytime during the year 2018?
We later learned, months later into the investigation, the specific house, but at the time of the, in October, November, no.
So the data that we looked through yesterday on the cell phone records that showed the location of Mr. Bang's house versus where these phones thought they were. And that is states 92. Detective Moretti, just based on the cell phone information that you had that put the phone somewhere along Southwest 192nd Avenue, would you write a search warrant for every single house on that block?
No, man, absolutely not.
When you're writing a search warrant for a specific house or dwelling, how narrowly tailored do you have to be?
Extremely specific. The more intrusive the warrant gets, the more restricted it becomes. And for us to go into a house, a residence, with a kind of this nature, it's going to be extremely very detailed. We have to establish a nexus. We have to know for sure. We have to have corroborating statements, sworn statements. We arbitrarily just can't assume and write the warrant.
Okay. So I want to go now to the phone call that's highlighted here, 10/26/2018, 10/23/49, and the 10/26/2018, 10/24/21.
I wish they would show us the
Yes,
paper.
You mentioned the voicemail number. Is that another example of a phone call being forwarded to voicemail?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone numbers for Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas, are they shown anywhere in any of these as a called number?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the time frame is on these records that you were requesting?
We were basically, we have to keep them very specific. We can't just do a blanket warrant and just ask for, months of time. This was specific to the homicide from around 1 a.m. until about 6 a.m.
And is that reflected at the top of the records there?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the subscriber records, again, going back to the subscriber records for the 772-713-9807 phone number. Is there an additional contact number listed with that phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that additional contact for the billing account listed as?
Jamie King,
And what phone number is listed for Jamie King under the billing contact?
772-501-6942.
To go back to the records here. So you said 772.
501-6942.
So that was again line 16 and 17 that you referred that said went to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that same phone number shows up on line 20 and 21 to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
So his mama was calling him.
So I'm gonna go to November 30th of 2018. Did you go to Cocoa Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you go to Cocoa Beach without saying what was said?
I went there to meet an individual witness in this case who was concerned for the safety of one of their children.
Without saying what she said or what they said, what was the demeanor of this witness?
She was very fearful for one of her children's safety.
And so who was this witness that you met with on November 30th of 2018?
Felicia Holmes.
When you went and met with Ms. Holmes, did she show you any statements coming from the 772-713-9807?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Hearsay. Relevance.
Just say,
Karen, may we approach that?
Sidebar. Take a shot, do a squat. Yes, this is the state's last witness. And then they have a bunch of videos that we're going to watch. I think there was like 24 videos that they're going to show the jury. Let's see. Yeah, he this is in the deposition stuff as well. He went and talked to Felicia, and Felicia was saying that she was scared for herself and for her daughter. You know, her daughter was, of course, Mariah, the one who was dating Melly at the time. He had a talk with her, and she had reached out to police, and then they had told her that they wanted to talk to Mariah too, and then Mariah ended up reaching out to them, talk to them, so he was able to talk to them. And the stuff that they said is, of course, very incriminating, and now she doesn't remember any of it, even though it's recorded.
Met with Ms. Holmes. Where did you meet with her?
It was in the parking lot of a McDonald's near her house in Cocoa Beach.
And approximately what time did you drive up there at?
It was I believe a Saturday evening, probably around 7 o'clock at night. We got up there like around 8 or 9.
Okay. In terms of when you met with her, how was her demeanor?
Objection. Calls for a conclusion on part of this witness.
overruled.
A bit fearful for her, for one of her children's safety.
An objection.
There, overruled.
So after, that was on, you said November 30th?
Yes.
I want to go forward to December 4th of 2000, December 4th or December 5th, please correct me if I'm wrong, of 2018. Were you made aware of a documentary that was published by the defendant?
December 4th, yes, ma'am.
In this documentary, what platform was it on?
YouTube,
Was that publicly accessible?
yes, ma'am.
Did you review that documentary?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information in that documentary at the very end was important to your investigation?
It was just that last couple seconds of the 22-minute video in which words pop up on the screen saying that
Objection.
Stay.
In terms of that documentary, is that still publicly available on YouTube today?
as far as I know,
Did you go ahead and preserve a copy of that documentary?
when I first saw it, yes.
In terms of, have you been, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state quadruple X that's been previously shown to defense counsel. Detective Brandi, do you recognize state's quadruple X?
Yes, it's under my initials and badge number.
How do you recognize that?
It's the what was provided to you.
Okay. Is that an edited or condensed version of that documentary?
I'm not sure if that's the edited or the full version.
Okay. Do you want to check it again to verify which version it is?
Yes, please.
So this is the documentary. Remember at the end of it where it says that, and Melly had this on his YouTube where it says that Melly and his friends were the victims of a drive-by.
Try and move this one just.
You can just tell by the 1 minute, 45, 46 seconds if this is the edited one.
And does this documentary fairly and accurately, these clips show who was pictured in this documentary and
Yes, sir.
was this put out and released by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, the state will request to move state's approval X in as the next number exhibit.
Can we approach it?
Sure.
Take a shot, do a squat. Take a shot, do a squat. So this documentary it's short. It's like 20, 25 minutes, something like that. It is still available on YouTube. And at the very end, it says that Melly, it said like 4 days after the filming of this documentary finished, Melly and his friends were the victims of a drive-by or something like that. So they brought this up as evidence because here we are again with him. He has this on his YouTube where he says that he was there for the drive-by, and at this point he has talked to Felicia Holmes and knows that Melly had FaceTimed Mariah, and she saw Melly on FaceTime saying that he had just been in a drive-by and was he thought that Zach and Juvie were dead, and he was like hiding in the bushes and stuff like that. So they can't use the original statements if the witness won't verify that the statements she gave were true and accurate, apparently. So with her saying, they kept asking her, did you tell? Because at this point, it's not just that she forgot, but if you'll notice, like when they were saying, okay, well, can we show you, I can show you your statement. Will this refresh your memory? And she was like, nope.
The defendant's record label published.
Say that it was true.
Yes, sir.
At this time, around the state will offer states quadruple X as states 98.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Thank you. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple X will be marked states 98.
And permission to publish now?
You may.
I am gonna say that. I don't care who the fuck you like. I have your favorite singer. I don't care who it is, I am. I watched every video they did, every mistake they made, every good thing they did, every sound they made. I know that shit. I know how to do it. So, you know what I'm saying? How the fuck can I not be your favorite? How the fuck can I not be your favorite? Like, small things. Well, to them in Guilford, to be successful is just a job, a house, and probably a bureau somewhere, or somewhere, like an out-of-town house, and just like a little 9 to 5. You do everything like the same shit every day, Monday through Sunday. They love what's in it. It's like they happy to see us. They happy to see us when they see us. You know what I'm talking about? We talk about that back in the day. They like they want to see you doing these crazy rappers. They go get a job. Shit like a dream. Shit we done prayed for. It's like really help. Everybody proud, like everybody happy. But we still hungry at the same time. So we still want more.
You can't really see it.
So Detective Moretti, after you saw this video, I want to segue now into some of the other online investigations and other people that you looked at. Did you solely focus your homicide investigation on this defendant?
No, ma'am.
So let's talk a little bit about an individual by the name of Robert Colburn. Who was Robert Colburn?
Mr. Colburn was a young 15-year-old kid. He posted something stupid on social media.
Objection to the word stupid. He doesn't know what it is. I'm sorry.
1 or 2 words, no speaking.
Objection, hearsay.
Thank you, just thank you.
So in terms of the posts on social media by Mr. Colburn, did you view it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have a specific Instagram handle or name that he was using?
Yes.
And what was that?
Could I refer to my notes?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please do.
Okay.
Okay, and so what was the Instagram name of Mr. Colburn at that time?
It was Brad Woods.
What just happened?
BRACKWOODZ.
And at some point, did you speak with Mr. Colburn?
Yes.
And in terms of when you interviewed him, how long after the homicide was passed?
It was a day or two after the homicide that, I think it was actually that day, that evening, he made an inappropriate comment online.
Objection.
And when you
Let's see,
say,
next sheet. Made a comment online, sustain.
so without going into what was said on that, did you find or locate any location data that placed Mr. Colburn in your alarm on October 26, 2018?
No.
Did you find any casings that matched the homicide scene in Mr. Colburn's vehicle?
No.
Did you find anything else other than the online posting, which we can't get into the content of, that Mr. Colburn did that would show he was involved in this homicide?
Absolutely not.
What about an individual by the name of Montrell Roll? Did that name come up during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And with regards to Mr. Roll, did you make contact with him?
I made contact with his sister.
And from April of 2018 to the present, where does Mr. Roll reside?
Indian River County Jail.
And in terms of October 26th of 2018, where was Mr. Roll residing?
Indian River County Jail.
Ever been out on bond to your knowledge?
Nope.
So, did you find any location information of Mr. Roll at the scene of the crime?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to verify his alibi?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk a little bit about Crucial Almighty, an individual on Twitter. Was that a name that you looked into?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was Crucial Almighty?
He was a gentleman from Fort Pierce, David Hedgepeth. He, shortly after the homicide, he placed pictures online, made references.
Okay.
So, we eventually interviewed him. And our assumption of him was correct. He was trying to.
Objection.
That's not technically coming up. So, Detective Murray, with regards to Mr. Almighty, did you review some online songs and postings that he made back in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of, because you can't get into the contents of that, did you follow up as to where Mr. Hedgepeth was on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do to follow up on that?
We subpoenaed important records.
And where was he working?
He was working as
Objection. Hearsay.
Say,
Maybe a coach?
sure.
Okay, so remember in opening statements when David A. Howard was saying that he specifically mentioned some other people who it could have been. So they're going through these people. One of them was a 15-year-old kid who posted what they said was something stupid, which apparently is, objection sustained. He's not allowed to say that it was something stupid, but I'm allowed to say it. He posted something stupid. 15-year-old kid trying to look cool. They've mentioned like there's no location data, nothing. There was nothing that showed that he was involved, but he, I think he's the one who tried to take credit for it or something, or say that they were involved in it or something. Montrell Roll was in jail. They got his jail calls.
With regards to Mr. Hedgepeth, did you write a warrant to obtain information and contents from his Twitter?
Yes,
Just for Mr. Hedgepeth?
Yes.
And in terms of the information from Mr. Hedgepeth's Twitter,
This is the third one they
location
mentioned.
data placed in Miramar on October 26, 2018.
No, ma'am.
David
Did
Hedgepeth.
Mr. Hedgepeth post any photos of the Jeep with bullet holes on it?
He did post a picture of the Jeep, which was online at that time.
Okay. In terms of the picture that he posted, was it from the Miramar Police Department?
I have to see the picture.
Okay. In terms of going back to the warrants, and we'll come back to Mr. Hedgepeth's on Twitter as well. I'm gonna have to move a couple things around the computer to show it to you. So we talked about Anthony Williams and reviewing his phone. You said you did the same for Chris Thomas's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I failed to ask you what percentage of photos and videos on Mr. Thomas's phone depicted Christopher Thomas.
It was about the same, 75-80%.
And in terms of the cell phone number that was assigned to each of the two individuals who were deceased in this case, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas.
Yes,
Do you know those numbers by heart at this point?
no, I have to refer that.
Okay. So I'm first going to ask for Anthony Williams. What was Mr. Williams' phone number on October 26, 2018?
No, I know Mr. Williams was the 954 number, it was 954-371-7895.
Okay, and that was, hold on,
I'm sorry, that was Dontavius Withers.
okay, so there's, okay.
Yes,
So, in terms of Mr. Williams' phone,
954-248-9081.
and then Mr. Thomas's phone from the Sprint records, do you recall his phone number?
His was the 772-713-2341.
So on Mr. Thomas's phone, did you do a similar extraction that we've already discussed about with Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the dates and times of use of that cell phone, were you able to determine the last outgoing communication from Mr. Thomas's phone?
It was around 3 a.m. on 10/26/2018.
And do you know what the contents of that conversation was?
He was, Mr. Thomas was texting his girlfriend, asking her where he was at, where she was at.
In terms of the phones of Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas, was there any other outgoing communication you could find other than what you talked about after 3 a.m.?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidence that Mr. Thomas or Mr. Williams had been buying marijuana that day?
Yes, they all were communicating about the purchasing. They purchased earlier in the day, then later on that day as well before going to the studio to purchase again.
Are you aware that of the, what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 39?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that substance?
It is marijuana.
Is this the marijuana that was recovered from that car, a Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk about, and can you explain to ladies in the military, what is a geofence warrant?
The geofence warrant is a technology that we use in criminal investigations. This technology's been around for a while. And basically, a geofence warrant is where we establish a virtual perimeter around a known location. This technology is not new. It was heavily used recently in the January 6th riots. That's how you can identify individuals.
So if you explain when you're doing the geofence warrant, you said you're creating a
Virtual fence
virtual fence.
around a known location.
Okay. So I'm going to put and publish for what's been introduced as States 93. And if you could, for the purposes of the record, what does States 93 show?
This is just the map layout, the Google Maps of the area where the crime took place.
Okay. Did you do a geofence warrant for this location?
Yes.
And could you explain and show by drawing a approximate box of the geofence location that you did?
Yes, I did a radius. It's very similar to that.
And so when you said you did a radius, how do you identify this location or circumference, diameter to Google?
Well, based upon the crime scene that we knew, I drew a radius around that perimeter, not too large. I want to be careful not to, have US 27 interfere. So I just focused on the area around the crime scene, and the size of the radius is actually in the warrant.
And in terms of the activity that's going to show up on a geofence warrant? A regular Apple cell phone, is that going to show up on that?
Technically, yes, it can. If an Apple device is using a Google, an Android type app, which is Gmail, Google, search engine, then yes, you could potentially be identified in there. We will mostly identify Android devices.
And in terms of, you said mentioning Google, does that include Google Maps?
Yes,
Does the device have to be actively using a Google or Android-based, a Google-based application for an iPhone to show up there?
no, ma'am.
Okay. Does the Apple iPhone have to access either Gmail or something in the background for it to show up in the geofence warrant?
Yes, but you also have to have your location data on as well.
What does that mean?
When you set up your Gmail account, it's going to ask you, do you want to save, store location data? Most people turn it off because they don't want to be sharing their location with Google.
And in terms of the Google accounts that warrants were done on this case that previously been discussed, the YNW Melly at Gmail, YNW Melly booking at gmail.com. Did you do a search warrant on that particular email address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the status of the location services for that?
It was turned off.
If an individual has an Android phone, what's going to show up on a geofence warrant?
It will show up on the geofence warrant.
When you did the geofence warrant in this case, did any other devices show up at this location?
No devices showed up the location.
So going forward now, I'm going to talk about January 17th, 2019. Did you have an opportunity to meet with one of the individuals involved in this case?
Yes,
And who was that?
Jacoby Mills.
And where did you speak with Mr. Mills?
Indian River County Jail.
When you spoke with Mr. Mills, or I'm sorry, without going into what he was talking about, did you then, after speaking with him, did you then have probable cause to write search warrants for various offenses?
Sustained.
After you, did you write a search warrant for a residence after speaking with Mr. Mills?
Yes,
And what residence was that?
Jamison Francois.
Why didn't you write one for the YNW Melly house from October of 2019?
We had no nexus between the crime itself and the house. There was no evidence that they ever went back to that house. And then within a month or so after the incident, they had already been moved out.
And it was Mr. Devons living in that house in January 2019?
We don't have,
So why didn't you write a warrant at that point for the house for Mr. Frito Bang at 3220 address?
we did not confirm that address until we seized the phone used by the defendant. Is when the first time we actually confirmed it.
And so,
Excuse me, what's the objection?
May we approach?
Sure.
She was just gonna keep going. She's tired of the objection. She's like, and so he was gonna keep going. He said objection, but didn't give an objection, so she's just gonna keep going. That was really funny, actually. So when he said that he spoke to Jacoby Mills, after speaking with him, that's when he wrote the warrant for Track's house. Remember, the conversation with Jacoby Mills is the one where Jacoby told him that him, Track, Melly, and Bortland went back the next day to go get the guns from the crime scene that they ditched. That's the other part that makes it kind of hard for me too, because if Jacoby Mills knew about it, and they have the Kia subpoena, I saw that in court documents for the supplemental state's evidence or whatever. So they have that, and then of course we saw the phone location where they all went back. Well, Melly and Track went back the next day around lunch.
Remember?
Later that day
Yes.
around lunchtime.
So I'm going to go forward a little bit while we're on that subject, and then I gave a phone number. And I want to show you what defense counsel
Oh, they will.
previously seen and viewed.
It's probably coming.
State quadruple Y. Did you have an occasion on pursuant to prior agreement, counsel?
Yes.
State would move state's quadruple Y into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple Y, will be one states
99.
Detective, in terms of on February 20th of 2019, did you listen to a phone call that was placed from the Broward County Jail to 772-713-9807?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish the first 6 minutes of that phone call.
Uh-oh. Correct. We are still on the state's case. The marble's growing on me. Not really. This might be the one where he gives the code for it or something.
Hello, this is a collect call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. To pay for just this call using your credit or debit card, please press 1. To decline this call will cost $2.05 for the first minute and 30 cents for each additional minute, plus any applicable federal, state, and local taxes, plus a one-time transaction fee of $3. You will only be charged a per minute rate for the amount of time you are on the phone. If you do not want to connect this call, but would like to fund an account to pay for future calls, please hang up and dial 800-844-6591.
Me too. Love a good jail call. While the person you are calling is entering information to pay for this call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello? Hey, baby, why didn't you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone. It's right on my phone. No, you out of money. It said that this account was 50. I just put my credit card on your phone now.
His phone.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, my credit card. Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. What is your 7-Eleven? Like 7-Eleven nearby. What you doing, baby? Yeah, I'm driving. Just my credit card. I'm gonna keep my credit card number.
What's his
No,
name?
I'm trying to get back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone when I'm supposed to. Yeah, oh, he just said he love you, keep your head up, and everything. And then, yeah, easy. Where's been checking your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but you got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him on anything on three-way or. Yeah, I mean, call Justin home. Who is that? Hold on. You got your number? He did it, son. Yeah, it's in my phone. Justin home. Oh, he did his son. Okay. Hey, the bridge went up. Okay, yeah, we put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, So I go under contact, I go under Justin. Yeah. What's the number? It said I need facial recognition. 762-556. 7. Oh my God, I'm trying to drive, I'm trying to do this. Hold on. 762-556. Yeah. Yeah, right, can you drive real quick? I just like, hold on, I'm about to have my wire drive so I can do this for you. But I'm trying to.
Okay, so detective, I want to make sure it's clear what number was being dialed.
772-713-9807.
Are you able to identify who was speaking by their voice?
It was the defendant speaking with his mother.
They mentioned Track. What nickname goes with what legal name?
Jameson Francois.
That was on, I'm sorry again, what date?
2/20/2019.
Okay. In 1902. If you could convert.
7:02 p.m.
So I want to go and ask on the 28th day of February, 2019, did you meet with Jameson Francois?
28th of February, what day was it?
February 28th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you meet with Jameson Francois?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet with him?
State Attorney's Office.
And where is that located?
201 Southeast 6th Street.
Is that the same building we're in today?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with Mr. Francois, did he have a phone on this person?
Yes.
And did you seize that cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states quadruple Z. Detective, do you recognize that item?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting, it's my packaging of the cell phone that we seized that day.
Is that in the same or substantially same conditions when you seized it on the person of Jameson Francois on February 28th of 2019?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state was requesting a state quadruple Z in a state 100.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple Z, mark states 100.
So Detective Martin, once this phone was seized, what did you do?
It was, immediately put it into airplane mode so it cannot be remotely wiped. Then was transported back to the station and it was turned over to Detective Zeller who did the digital forensic examination.
And,
Top right.
and you said it prevents digital or remote wiping.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Apple, I think, more specifically with Apple devices, you can just log into your iCloud account and wipe your iCloud account remotely. And if it's in airplane, if it's in on regular service, it can be wiped even now with Bluetooth, you can wipe it.
Okay. So in terms of, once you had that phone and got the extraction data that was provided and testified by Detective Zeller State 64, did you review the items that were in that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the photographs in that phone, did you go through all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states quadruple G. Detective, in terms of, did you look through all of the photos that
Yes,
were in
ma'am.
the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a representative sample of approximately 500 and some photos from the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple G and as states 101, which have been previously published to the jury from state 64.
Any objection?
No.
They're admitted. What's the number, Trevor?
States quadruple G will be marked states 1O.
So once you get the Celebrite extraction, is there anything you can do to verify the data on Celebrite extraction?
It's called a manual scroll that they teach in the Cellbrite course. And you basically just, scroll through the phone
Okay.
and verify some of the text messages or call logs to what's in the phone, to what's in the actual report.
And could you do that in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the phone that is before you there, what phone number is associated with the state phone number?
It's 772-713-9807.
And in terms of what passcode was used to unlock that phone?
It's 762-556.
And is that the same passcode that you listened and learned from that jail recording we just heard?
Yes, ma'am.
The phone was taken from the possession of Jameson Francois.
Yes, ma'am.
When you got the phone, you said that there was an extraction done.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain the difference between an extraction and a report of that data?
The extraction is what the Cellbrite program reads from the phone. It takes the data, puts it into a format that's readable by the UFED. Then from once we're in the UFED program, the UFED app, then we could start generating reports from there. If I wanted specifically, I just wanted to extract all the text messages, or if I wanted to extract specific text messages, I can generate the reports without compromising the integrity of the download.
In terms of, in this case, did you generate multiple cell phone reports?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to go through some of the videos from that phone. So, I'm showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states in couple A. So showing you what's been marked as states in couple A. You guys recognize your
Yes.
initials on that?
Initials and badge numbers.
Their outfits kind of match.
So we can double check these. Do the 22 files accurately represent a sample of the videos that were found on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through all 1,002 videos that were on that phone?
Most of them, yes.
Speak up just a little bit.
Yes, ma'am, most of them.
Okay. And in terms of, do these videos fairly or accurately represent phone data and phone videos from that 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states Kentucky A in as states 102.
Reapproach.
Yes.
Take a shot, do a squat. Sidebar. So some of the stuff that he's going over now is some of the stuff that we've talked about before that hasn't come into evidence yet, but some of the stuff that I mentioned in going through court papers and stuff. But like how they got Melly's phone and when they spoke to Track at when he came to the attorney's office, the forensic download, and now video.
Opinion about the case to allow anyone to discuss the case with further no research. Thank you.
Recess.
Thank you. How much time do you need a restroom break, Mr. Dennis? Mr. Dennis? Yes? Can we get a restroom break, Mr. Dennis? I will be in recess. Thank you.
We'll be in recess. Of course we will. Of course we will. All right, so the time sync. Here we go. Sorry, I'm having phone issues. Okay, so let's kind of unpack some of that stuff that they have just gone over. Let's see. What is happening? How many account? I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. How many accounts did Dang Track have? He had a whole bunch, didn't he? All right. Let's see what else. Okay, so we talked about him meeting with Felicia Holmes. She was scared for her life, her daughter's life. The documentary. So the documentary that they showed. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick, so y'all can see, because you couldn't see on the screen. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I hope they didn't remove it. Let me look at my recent. You couldn't see the last screen. All right, this is what it said. 4 days after the completion of this film, YNW Melly and his friends were the targets of a drive-by shooting in Miami, Florida. That's the part you couldn't see. Juvie and Sack were killed.
Everywhere. The school, I took that bitch everywhere.
When he was little, he was you can ask for. When I started waitressing at Chili's, he would sit right there in the little corner, drink his chocolate milk, color in his little coloring book, and half the time I didn't even know he was at work with me. He was so good.
With the city being so small and not that many people having like that much faith, I think God just seen it and was like, he gotta help me, you know what I'm saying? He gotta help me go up. Man, get my day on right. You know what I'm saying? Every morning, I'm right here with a pink radio. That bitch right here. Every morning, I put the motherfucking radio on, and I got one CD. That bitch Chris Brown, his first album. Play that bitch. I'll be right by myself, doing all the dance music shit. Like, you know, it's gonna get down a little bit. I seen his ass one day. Met her right there.
So this is why they wouldn't let them show
It was
the
a 22
whole.
revolver, real gun. I'm a kid though, so I just walk out the house and I shot that bitch. And I couldn't hear out my ear for like a week. But then I was like, damn, it's a real gun, you know what I'm saying? I was only in 4th grade, but I took that bitch everywhere. To school, I took that bitch everywhere.
When he was little, he was the best kid you could ask for. When I started waitressing at Chili's, he would sit right there in the little corner, drink his chocolate milk, color in his little, like the street life, and then he had like boys that were bothering him, and he was getting into guns and different things like that. And I just always be like, are you okay? Do you want to tell me anything? And he was just like, oh, Ma, don't worry about it. I don't want you to worry. You're so busy, because I always work 2 jobs. And, you know, I was like, all right.
You know, the niggas who got their chest poked out and shit, thinking they tough and shit, you know they gonna try you. Plus, I'm small as fuck, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going through shit at the house. Motherfucker pissing me off there because ain't nobody believing in me and shit at the time. They thinking I'm just playing when I say I'm gonna be a rapper. Da-da-da. Ain't nobody believing in me. I got a lot of shit on my mind. Like, I always dress like this. You know what I'm saying? You gotta think. Boom. I got dye in my head, pretty smile. You know what I'm saying? Always clean, fresh, looking innocent. I always kept that innocent look. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want Melly the Menace to be revealed at that time. You know what I'm saying? So I always dressed like this. But the whole time I'm in school, every day, I got my pistol on me in my lunchbox. Sometimes I bring 2 pistols. You know what I'm saying? And you would never suspect it.
It's a celebration.
So that whole thing is available if y'all want to watch it. Let's see. The purpose of playing that specific video was the end part. That was part of the investigation. He said when he saw that it was because it's on Melly's YouTube, and he said that when he saw that, he saw where it said that Melly and his friends were the victims of a drive-by, and then when he had talked to Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton, they both said that they had talked to him, and he told them that he was in a drive-by and that he was hiding in the bushes. So that was part of their evidence. So they showed the end part where it says that. Let's see. Yeah, it's hard. It's always hard seeing victims, like, you know, videos of them and stuff. I think videos hit different than pictures, because when you actually see them in life, moving and talking, and, you know, it's always like, it's sad. It hits harder. Raul Garcia says, pretty sure this is a lie in retrospect. Which part do you think is a lie? No, he, no. His mom was very young, and they've been very close, but.
He left for the day. No. I'm sorry,
I
Judge.
think he's making a cup of coffee.
Okay. You can't give me that one line to lead into something that I think is funny. No one else does. Look at the text. He thinks I'm nuts.
But I was on before he went.
We're gonna take a vote later.
Nothing to vote on.
He is very young. He's very young.
For scheduling.
I think he was like 14.
Okay, public video for us to take a break for lunch. You hear them struggling. Need to go restock on calls.
I got the idea from Mr. Adelstein. He wanted to take a little break before he saw the pictures, so I'd like to get through those. Just see what everybody says. Nothing good.
Franklin says, the Patriots defense missed a lot of evidence considering them saying it's not his phone. And I don't think that they've missed it. I think that they know it. I think that they're trying to create that doubt. I think they're trying to create any doubt that they can. Anybody with common sense knows that it's his phone. But I think that all it takes is for them to convince one juror that it might not be.
While you're outside, Brandi asked me if it was all right. She's gonna pull these pictures and then take a lunch recess.
For about 4 more hours.
We're gonna publish the pictures again?
No, not the pictures again.
That's the video. Okay.
All right? How long is it gonna take about?
10 minutes.
All right, I thought it was going on for a while.
If I knew that, I would have waited. I apologize.
No problem. All right, thank you. You all set, ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring jury.
So I was told one of our members who in court one day that the judge and Sue were like joking, laughing a lot and stuff, but they were very friendly, which isn't surprising. I mean, they're
Jury answered.
we just see the cranky patients and Max. Just need one juror with some common sense. Not sure what that means.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. State witness couple A was admitted as states 103, 102. That's the late. Video 1. Video 3. Video 4. Video 6. Video 7. Video 8. Video 8, Detective Marty, if you'd be so kind as to read the print down at the bottom of this Western Union.
It says, Jamel Demons, 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida, 32962, USA, and phone number 772-713-9807.
And what was the date of this?
Date is October 2nd, 2018.
That was video 9, video 10. Detective Marty, in video 10, do you recognize the other individual?
Then appear to be Chris Thomas.
I'm sorry, pause it on the spot.
No, that's Corlin Henry.
Then you have number 11.
Leon, stop. Stop.
And the 12th.
I have a look to. When you look at your mama. Your mama.
Detective Brandi, can you see the reflection in this video of the cell phone?
Yes, it's in the glasses on the right lens.
Video 13. Video 14.
Everybody had you. You know, I just got pulled over. Everybody had you. You know, I just got pulled over. I'm a cap. So, I'm sorry if I can make it. But I should make it. It's straight.
What?
No, mama. Didn't see that bar, mama.
And who is that second individual in this video?
The co-defendant, Portland Henry.
Always blood. Reason you know the niggas you with. Reason you got that deal you got. Cousin. The reason you are who you are. Because of me. Pussy. And if you use me like the rest of them pussy ass niggas did, you get the same consequences.
The Instagram or the social media name YNW Sack Jacer 1. Who is that? YNW Sack Jacer 1's account belong to? So play video 21 again. Who is that?
That looks like Frederick Gibbons, some administrator.
And the last
We got rest going there. Okay, then. Try to drop the YNW on his face.
Okay, Detective Moretti, in terms of the phone of the defendant, you have that there in front of you?
Objection.
Sorry, my apologies. The 772-713-9007 phone that was identified in the jail call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and whose jail call was that again?
Janelle Venus.
So, and
Demons.
provides with funds. In terms of, you indicated that this phone has a passcode on it.
Yes, ma'am.
When you turned this phone on, did the passcode that was on that jail call unlock that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And so, in terms of the passcode, if you would be so kind again?
762 556.
In terms of this phone, it's remained in airplane mode. What does that mean?
It prevents it from being remotely wiped.
And what year does this phone think it is still?
It still thinks it's in 2018, actually 2019 when we seized it.
In terms of, you talked about the manual scroll.
Yes,
Is that something that you can do to verify the Celebrate data?
yes,
Would you be able to pull up the various videos that we just watched on this same cell phone?
yes.
And so the airplane mode that's indicated by at the top of the little airplane?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you just look through your phone like, pull
It's,
it up?
the first you want to establish a, evidentiary, you want to follow evidentiary protocols. So by us taking the data, downloading it, it also authenticates it. The program itself, Celebrate, authenticates everything in the phone. It creates a hash for the download. The hash is a way to authenticate the download. Every single picture in that phone there's a hash that's created with it. So we have to authenticate each and every picture we can. The actual threads of communication within the database also creates a hash to verify the messaging. That's the one good thing about Celebrite, with many good things, but the most important thing is that by creating that hash, that means that we cannot change that data. If we change anything in that phone, then that means that hash will change, and it shows that the phone itself was molested with or handled improperly.
Does turning the phone on and off change the hash value?
No, ma'am.
In terms of if you put additional data or photos on it, would that change the hash value?
Yes.
If information was deleted after it was in that particular Celebrate instruction would that change the hash value?
Yes, we have to be very careful with the phone, because anything we do, then it's also produced in the timeline, in which we cannot delete, change, or anything. The timeline is there, and so we have to be very careful what apps we go into, how we view the phone.
Okay. So you're just to be in a logical break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch and recess now. Don't discuss the case. Don't feel negative about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Be present within the research. See everybody back about 1:15. All right. Have a nice lunch. Thank you.
Alrighty. That was fun. Not too many sidebars, kind of. Angie Bird, the phone thinks it's 2019 because it's been on airplane mode since they confiscated it, so that it can't be wiped remotely. So that means that it has not connected to the real world since 2019. So it has no way of knowing anything else. Let's see. Did I miss any drama? Well, it's Melly's phone. Did you miss that? His mama said it. And then they still objected to her calling it his phone. It's so funny to me. Let's see. It does not take one juror to find the defendant not guilty. That's not how that works. Let's see. What else have I missed? Hey, Jackie D. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, Mama said it, y'all. Mama said it. Mama said you should have called my phone instead of calling your phone. And she even said people are calling your phone and I don't have your code to get in there, or I haven't been looking at your stuff, whatever. And he gave her the code. She said that Track had been calling or texting his phone or whatever, or calling or texting whatever, and that she couldn't get into his phone. She called it his phone. It's his phone. I've been saying that for 7 years. What feels like 7 years. The phone denial is something else. It is something else, y'all. Let's see. Oh, good idea, Angie Burr. Turn on airplane mode in your brain so you no longer age. Is that a thing? I want to do that. Yes, the jury all has to agree. So it has to be unanimous for guilty or not guilty. If the jury can't agree, then it is a hung jury, which is a mistrial, which would more than likely result in having to try him again. If it's a mistrial for like mistrial with prejudice or whatever, then they can, they couldn't try him again, double jeopardy and whatnot, but they would more than likely try him again. You only need here in Florida now, you only need 8 votes for the jury to recommend death penalty, but you need all 12 for guilty or not guilty. Let's see. The conversation between him and his mom was him calling from jail, and he called his own phone number, the 9087-9807, and she answered it, and you could hear it going for like a few minutes while she was having to put money on it. And he said, she said when she got it on there, she said, "You should have called my phone. I put money on my phone." And she told him that he should have called her phone instead of calling his phone, because she answered his phone. And then she even said she can't get on his phone and doesn't have the code, and that he's been getting calls and texts and stuff. That's what that was. Let's see. He can be tried up to 3 times. That reminds me, the Houston case, the kid who killed his parents allegedly. What was his name? Armstrong. What was it? And it's been a hung jury like twice before. Zink Floyd to own a phone or not to own? That is the MFN question. Yeah, well, I've never been more convinced that that is somebody's phone. He was in jail already, and she had called from his phone. She had called from his phone. He called her on his phone. And Melly himself referenced it as his phone, but that still doesn't prove Melly had his phone on him at the time of the murders. Well, that's what the defense is hoping to create doubt in. Let's talk about that. So we know that he had his phone on him when he left the studio. We saw that the location data on the engineering report and the T-Mobile data shows it was traveling with him as he left, that it was at the murder scene, and then we know he had it afterwards. So if he didn't have it at the time, I'd like to hear your theories about anything. Make that work for me. How did he have it before and after, but didn't have it during? How would he have gotten it back? Let's see. Melly gets convicted. What do you think Portland will get as far as time? It's two separate trials with two separate possible outcomes. So I don't think that a conviction for Melly will affect the time that he could potentially serve, but I think that it could affect the outcome. Here's the thing: if Melly gets convicted, because I can already tell you, when Melly's defense gets started, they are more than likely going to throw Portland under the bus, which they already have to an extent in certain ways. Because if you'll remember, he even said in opening statements that he, how did he word it? That when he was talking about how they weren't looking at other options, and he said that Portland is the most obvious other option as the killer. So what is happening? Sorry, mine. Okay, not bad. What other questions y'all have? Yes, that's the one. AJ Armstrong. Yes, that's the one. Oh my gosh, Curtis Flowers, y'all. If you have not heard of Curtis Flowers, I listened to podcast on him and I was angry. Oh, I was so angry listening to Curtis Flowers. If y'all haven't listened to that, you need to. That one was a doozy. That's one of the ones I was walking around with my AirPods in, like grocery shopping and stuff, like cussing at people. I mean, not at actual people, cussing at the people in my ears, which made me look and sound crazy, but whatever. Da, 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 da. Oh, good point. Yeah, it's not his phone. Just kidding, it's his phone. Jacob Atkins, I don't know if you heard the beginning of the call. The reason he called his phone from jail is because he thought his mom didn't have any more money on her phone. So he called that one, and she said, don't have to call that one again, that she put money on her phone. It's his phone. Let's see. The defendant could get bond out if this trial says not guilty. He's shown up for the trial. It's not how that works. Melly saying we were victims of a drive-by could mean a collective we, like how he says things like I is you, you is me. Yeah, if it were, that is true. If it in random instances. However, the documentary said Melly and his friends. And then he said on the FaceTime that he was just in it and that he was hiding in the bushes because now he's scared. So in certain situations, yes, I think the two that they're pointing out are not applicable to that specific scenario. How do we know he's on the same phone walking out? What do you mean? On the same phone as what? Walking out of where? No, that's not how that works. Cortland Henry is not getting the same thing if this guy gets convicted. It's a totally separate trial. If Melly gets convicted, do they revoke Cortland? No, his trial is separate. He has murder in the first degree, and he has accessory after the fact. So his will be separate. Now, depending on the outcome of this, however this turns out will I'm sure greatly affect how his attorney handles everything. But yeah. Let's see. Defense is going to run all over Portland. That's kind of expected. You know, it's, if you think about like the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell trial, if you'll remember, they consistently threw Chad under the bus, and Lori was actually really mad about that because, you know, she's still in her little portal la la land, you know, not wanting to throw him under the bus, thinking that they were, you know, married in previous lives when he was Jesus's brother and all that stuff. So I mean, they've been married in all of these eternities and all of these lives and all that, like tripping on acid stuff that they, but so she didn't want, they weren't tripping on acid that I know of. I'm saying those are the things that, anyway, I digress. My point is that she believed all of the crazy town stuff about how they were in all these lives together and that they were meant to be together in future lives and to the end of time and whatever. So she got mad when they threw him under the bus, but the defense doesn't care if you get mad. They care if, you know, they get the result they want. So it will more than likely happen here too. That's normally how it works when they have two defendants who are split. You know what I mean? And and they'll do the same thing in Portland's trial, especially if Melly's convicted. they'll do the same thing. So let's see, Coley says maybe Melly is definitely there. It's just a debate at the moment what the role was. It will be tricky for the jury to agree on which person did the killings, in my opinion, with the finger pointing. It depends on how effective the defense is with their presentation of it. I think right now, those 2 days of testimony about everything showing, that okay, if I'm a juror looking at all this, I am convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, because reasonable doubt has to be reasonable, y'all. I am convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the shots came from the back seat. I am convinced at this point, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Portland did not pull the trigger. So the reasonable doubt that I think I would need to be introduced at some point would have to be some theory that works with the evidence on who else it could have been if it wasn't Melly, and how that would fit in with everything else. Does that make sense? Because the 2 days of testimony with the autopsy and the bullet trajectory and the blood spatter and recreation of all that stuff, all of that has me convinced about how it happened. But the only thing that I think, as of right now, like I've always said, you don't know what defense is going to say. But as of right now, that's what I'm convinced of. So I think in order to give some kind of doubt, it would have to be on, I would want to know who else it could have been and how. Does that make sense? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Now, what was he doing on that phone when he was walking out? It could be a different phone right there. Okay, so they went over this. So Melly had his location turned on his phone. You can see him on his phone getting in the car. You can see, like, they matched up the video evidence with the his phone evidence, and then the geocache stuff that they did or whatever, like or geofencing. They went through all of that stuff about how they know that the phone he had in his hand when he left the studio is the one he was on, and his call records and stuff like that. Everything, all of that stuff verifies that was his phone. Oh, he 100% doesn't edit his own documentaries. If this jury says just one juror votes not guilty, the defendant could be bonded out of jail for the retrial. I don't think that would be a possibility. Normally, you don't get bond if it's a death penalty case. Julie, I haven't heard this either. I've heard conflicting things about this because I know that there was the broken glass at the scene. The back window being broken out, I think, is the one. I'd have to go back and look at the pictures. Looked like it was like a sheet of it that fell. If they shot while it was moving, they would still have glass from the two side windows in that area, but not as much, not like the sheet of it. So I don't know. That's something I've thought about a lot. Any chance Portland is worried what Melly can do to him? Yeah, I think so. 100%. Ah, good point, Monica. Yes, there were personal pictures on his phone. Look, when they bring up his junk pictures, it's his phone. Jackie D, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. We are at lunch right now. I love that it's a family thing, William Atkins. I love that. My son is 19. Let's see. I think I'm almost caught up on chat. Okay. I love y'all so much, but I don't want to keep answering the same questions over and over. So I'm going to start skipping some of the ones that y'all aren't listening. Let's see. I am so ready for this. Because I want to see. Because I keep asking for people to send me their theories. Send me your theories that still work with the data, with the evidence, with the science. And I haven't gotten any yet. But Madam CJ Walker said she's emailing me. So I have to look for that one. But I'm ready to hear something that could possibly present another scenario. A.G. Burr, the keywords are beyond a reasonable doubt. We can still have lots of theories. I love the theories. I love hearing the theories. And I love poking holes in the theories. I love poking holes in the state's case. I love poking holes in the defendant's case. I love poking holes in my own theories, seeing what I can find. Actually, when I found that video, when I was digging through stuff and investigating, I found that video of them at the photo shoot the next day when I saw that Stranger Things jacket on him. And I was like, holy crap, that's the same jacket that Juvie had on the night before. So I actually thought, I was like, oh my gosh, this could be huge because I remembered seeing it. I did not remember it coming into evidence, but I remembered seeing it in the video, the studio footage of him leaving. So I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, maybe Melly did get out of the car because if he's got Juvie's jacket on. And then I went back to that day and I was like, oh no, it was entered in evidence. It's two separate jackets. But I thought I had like found doubt. Chevelle says, how do you think Cortland saved Melly's life? Cortland didn't take the fall as the killer. If you're referring to that Snapchat thing, the way it sounded to me was basically if that's what this is referring to, that it sounded like he was saying when he said he, did one of the realest things and that if they come get him, it's my fault, remember? It sounded like he was saying, maybe because he let him out of the car and then he took them to the hospital to, deal with it. So that's what it sounded like to me. Tosh asked if all the phones on the account were the same, like all iPhone 10s. The one that Sack had and the one that Melly had were the same. Police says, my understanding, all shots were stationary except for one from outside of the car. Oh, you mean like the inside, the kill shots were stationary or when they were parked already? Meek Coleman is being tried for 2 murders. Email me the information. I'll look at it. Brandi@brandychurchwell.com. Our mods are awesome. I love our mods. Every time I think I'm caught up. This is lunch. Oh, it would be interesting to see car computer data like we did in Murdoch trial, unless I missed it. They did subpoena the Kia that they allegedly went the next day, according to Jacoby Mills' testimony or statement, that they went the next day to get the gun. So I'll be interested to see what that is. All right, I missed a lot, but let me find it. Sorry, I got behind on chat. I try to answer questions, but then I get behind. Let me find it. I don't see it. Ask again. I don't. I'm sorry. I missed it. I've been trying to get as many as I can. I'm looking for it. Oh, here we go. How are witnesses refusing to come to court and are getting away with answering questions that they swore to and not being penalized? So it's frustrating to watch, isn't it? But basically, the ones who are being subpoenaed, they've got a lot in there where there's a lot of motions that are filed, like for, demanding better address and all that stuff. All of a sudden, everybody's moving and nobody has a permanent address. So they're having trouble getting through to some people. And then they have okay, so for Fredo Bang, for example, he in that new song where he says, "Tell that lady he didn't get the subpoena," they put it on his door, and he had his attorney say he wasn't there. That's not, it's not. It doesn't work that way. We don't have it. He's on tour. And then the questions that they wanted him to answer, he pled the fifth, because you can plead the fifth on anything that's incriminating. Now, as far as the ones like Felicia Holmes, who are getting away with answering questions, not answering questions about things they swore to, all they have to do is say, like she did, be like, I don't remember, I don't recall, and basically avoid it, because they can't prove that you don't remember. And so they can basically just say, it's been a while, I don't recall, I don't remember, it was a hard time for me. Now, keep in mind, like when you think about Felicia Holmes, there were multiple times that she spoke to I just got the text, Lacey. There were multiple times when she spoke to authorities. She's the one who reached out to them, and she was sending them screenshots of stuff. She was talking to them, and then everything changed. Then all of a sudden, she didn't want to talk to him. She doesn't want to be involved. She's in the Virgin Islands using somebody else's ID, not wanting to be here. So they can't use the previous statements if she's saying that they could be false now. So it's frustrating to watch, because all you want is the truth. I don't want guilty or not guilty. I want the truth. And so when you have witnesses who are going to extreme lengths to avoid the truth and to avoid justice in whatever capacity that is going to be, it's frustrating to watch. All I want is the truth. That's it. So when you have people who are doing everything they can to prevent that from happening, it's annoying. It's really annoying. And then all of a sudden something, as in the check cashed. That's a big something. Mods, I've sat here and answered questions for too long. It's y'all take lunch. I can watch. I'm gonna stay here for a few more minutes answering questions. Y'all take lunch, and then when my kid gets back with Lucy, I'll take a second. chat so I can see it on this. There, if you're on an iPhone or iPad, how about chat? Then you have to do it through Safari for whatever reason. Okay, I've got chat up. Y'all mods, take your break. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Sorry, answering questions too long. Okay, so this is one of the things that bothers me about this too, because I want to know, okay, let's say that this, if they were parked there when the kill shots were done, how far ahead of this was this planned? Like, is this, it had to, they passed their neighborhood. So when did they know that they were going out there? That's what I want to know. Yeah, the whole thing about being evasive to truth. That's like Juvie and Sack's moms when they were in the court when Felicia was when she was testifying. They were making comments about how she's lying and stuff. I can't imagine, like, you know, if my kid was, God forbid, you know, victim of a tragedy and watching somebody on the stand lie, I would be furious because all you would want is the truth. All you'd want is the truth. Lucy is with my kid right now and his dog on a walk. They'll be coming back in soon. This is the last witness, is what they said. That's the thing, life lessons, it has to be premeditated, because if they were parked when the kill shots happened, because they had to know to drive out there, you know? And premeditated doesn't mean you've been planning this for weeks or whatever. It means that you had a moment to ponder, make a decision, and then act on it. So premeditation can be just a moment. It's making a decision and then carrying it out. Thank you. I love Chevelle. Thank you. I will. I want our mods to take their break while I went longer than I was trying to catch up on chat and answering questions. So now we're restarting in 20 minutes anyway, so I want them to take a break. Okay, so Mike Savage, I mentioned this earlier, that manager is associated with a lot of dead rappers. Everybody that I know of that he was associated with has either been, you know, put in jail or has passed. So that's a little scary. From what I've heard on the 911, not 911. I keep saying 911 on the police interview. When they talked to Bortland in the hospital, I'd have to go back and listen. But doesn't he say that he thinks that they dozed off or that they had fallen asleep? Alyssa Kay, I know. I really like the song too. I am not going to be a free Melly girl. I am not a free anybody girl. I am a let's find the truth girl. But it is a really good song. Boom is coming on after court. So he's in court right now. Well, I guess technically he's at lunch right now, but he's in court today. So he will be coming on after he gets out. So he said about 5 or 6. So hopefully it won't be too long after court, because I know we got questions. Yeah, the manager was trapped. Patty Davidson says, I keep thinking premeditated and someone was dropped off out there. No evidence that a car was out there earlier. I get stuck that he can't shoot his 2 best friends, so poked holes in my own theory. Yeah, I mean, there's no evidence of anybody being out there. But also remember, they were supposed to still be at the studio. They weren't actually supposed to be out there. So it would have been hard for somebody to know to go out there to like set it up if, you know, nobody would have known that they were sleeping in the studio and, you know, ended up leaving early. That would be a good 13th juror shirt. I have questions. Yes, it would. I always have questions. Always have questions. And I say that a lot. Apparently, they didn't sleep at the studio like the others, so it would make sense that they slept in the car. But was that just luck on the shooter's part? Pretty cold to shoot sleepy, unsuspecting people. Yeah, see, that's what I would like to know too. That's more of the questions I have. Like, when was the decision made, and why? Marion, yeah, the video only shows the 8 people getting in. There was nobody else in the back seat. Maybe it was discussed at the studio. For sure, this was planned. Yeah. A car did not follow them. You know, they went back and looked at all of the footage to see if there was a car that followed them either way on any of the stuff, and like to see if anybody followed them after they left the studio. And all of that, and there was nobody. There were no other cars that followed them. The only people who could know that was the 8 who left, or someone communicating with dropping stuff with outside parties, which is why them not having Portland's phone infuriates me. Yeah. I even was thinking like, okay, well, what about the other dude at the studio? But then I went back and, I watched to see how long he stayed at the studio cleaning up, and there's no way it could have been him either, and he didn't even go the same way. But Natalie O says maybe a car followed them and turned their phones off, so no location with geofencing. I thought about that, but again, nobody knew that they were going to be leaving the studio. And then let's say somebody found out they were leaving the studio, and then we're going to go follow them. How did Portland know to go out to the Everglades anyway? Yeah, that's one thing that in all of that, there was never any signs of any other cars behind them. Oh, yeah. I pulled it up on Google Maps and stuff. I mean, there's nothing out there. That's what I'm saying. When they pass by, let's see. When they pass by, this is when they get off the interstate. They come up here. The security camera at McDonald's catches them here. The CCTV, security camera at the school catches them right here. And they come out here, and then halfway down this road, there's nothing like on the sides of the roads, no streetlights, no nothing all through here. If you go all the way down this road and then up, there's the waste management thing, but that's literally it. I hope I've been waiting this whole time to hear what the defense has to say. If they test our intelligence by trying to tell us it's a drive-by, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, it's like a 40-minute drive, I think is what it was. Coley, what if they got robbed by who? Who would have robbed them, and why would they have been out there in the first place? Borland lied about where it happened because it didn't happen. So he couldn't have said, that he's going to, God, my ears. He wouldn't have said that he's going out to, that they were out there driving. They passed their house to go out in the middle of nowhere, and it was a drive-by. So he had to make it up, and that's just what he made up. The deposition of Moretti said that there was no conversations on any of the social media or any of the apps or any of the phones about meeting up with anybody during that time. And honestly, they live right by their house. It would have been, in a gated community, it would have been smarter to have them come to the house. It's not, it wouldn't make sense. Oh, Nikki, I don't think there's any way he'll take the stand. He hasn't talked to anybody at all this entire time, and that's the only reason that people still have any kind of doubt. In all of the studio footage, there was nobody else there, just the one studio manager person. And you can see him even, like, if I watched the security footage to the end, and you can see him like sweeping up, locking, and leaving. How did he get his jacket? How did who get whose jacket? I feel like Portland shot them while they were sleeping, and Melly helped him set up the drive-by after he found out what happened. They probably pulled over to use the bathroom initially. Okay. I disagree, because they wouldn't have passed their house to go out to the Everglades to go to the bathroom. And all of the evidence, everything shows that Portland could not have been the one who pulled the trigger. Lucy is on a walk with my kid. How is Jamie doing through all this? We'll talk to Boom when he comes on about how she's doing and about their conversation. Melly was wearing someone's jacket. What, when he left the studio? Borland may have shot the car, but I do not believe he shot Sack and Juvie. Yeah, same. So there's no way that they could have pulled the car over while they were sleeping and Borland jumps in the back seat or jumps in the back and shoots them. Okay, so let's look at this theory. So the phone evidence and all of the movement data and the security footage and all of that show that the car never stopped until it got to the place where they did that. So if he jumped in the back and shot them, he would have to stop the car in the Everglades, swap seats with Melly, or have Melly get out and him get in the back seat, shoot them both while they're still laying there or sleeping or whatever, and then get back in the front seat and then go. Which is not reasonable to me. Boom comes on after court. I know I've got a long day, but I have to get blood work done. So I can't eat or drink anything other than water. So it's helping me to not have a lunch break because I'm hungry. And I can't have anything until I go get blood work done. I have to be there before 8. Oh, the Stranger Things jacket. Oh, it's 2 different jackets. They both had the same jacket. It wasn't the same one he was wearing. That one was entered into evidence. I understand what you're saying now. Boom is our he was on with us before. Everybody voted on him being a trial daddy. So he is Mr. October 2024. But he is a journalist who's in the courtroom every day. So he's going to come on and talk to us today. Yeah, 4K Kappa. Keep thinking about the extra things. I love hearing the theories. That's what we're here to discuss. No, the speed never declined. They were actually kind of speeding. I'm not sure, Diane. I haven't heard anything about that, but I can't remember how long before this that they did their thing on. Megan Baldwin, the way I understood it was that they met at the studio with the intention on being there for 12 hours. And then people were sleeping, so they got mad because they were wasting studio time and left. Unless I missed something. Because Sack is the one who he said was getting mad at them for sleeping. How did Portland get gunshot residue on him? Well, that's gunshot residue is not really. If he was in the car when it was fired, when the gun was fired, so he could have had it on him by that. But also, the presumptive test was negative. It was the lab test that was positive, but they went over like the two-part components and stuff like that, how it can be attributed to something else possibly, but it also wasn't like a bunch on him. So you can get GSR on you just from handling a firearm. So if he's not like completely covered in it and there's particles everywhere, then it's not really like a huge thing. You know what I mean? Let's see. I agree. The guy on the passenger side was for sure asleep, but the guy in the back had his hands up right before getting shot. So he saw who shot him and was scared for those last couple seconds. I feel bad. Yeah, I've that's heartbreaking. And like, imagine the last seconds of your life being, that's awful. I am when my kid comes back with my dog. I'll take a couple minutes just to talk to him. But they start back court in 10 minutes, and my kid should be here any minute. But y'all take your breaks. I've got chat. We're good. Mike Savage, you're going to get blocked. Just joking. Oh, the threat on Millie's mom. Hold on, let me pull that up. Oops. Okay, let's see. All right, so this is what it says. Terry Austin tweeted, earlier this morning, outside the presence of the jury, defense counsel said that Juvie's sister posted online that she would attack Jamie King. Jamie now has a bodyguard. all the other stuff that they tweeted was stuff that we've seen. Alyssa K, they also said his hands were up, but he was facing forward, which doesn't track. Oh, you're talking about Juvie? Yeah, the way that they said, like, if he's facing forward, but he had his hand. I mean, I could see it, you know, when they did the recreation of it, but I think the only way that could have happened is if, well, not the only way, but the way that would make the most sense, I guess, is if both of them were asleep when it happened. If he was mad people were asleep in the studio, it's hard for me to believe he fell asleep in the span of, 30 minutes leaving the studio. That part doesn't surprise me because it's an interstate drive. Like, I mean, that's a lot. It was a 40-minute drive, but it's interstate. But he would be mad at them for sleeping in the studio because they're wasting time. But I don't know. You put me in a car and, on an interstate at night when it's like, because interstates are like smooth, I say in the nights, early morning, but y'all know what I mean. I fall asleep, but I'm like a baby when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, you know how you put your baby in the car to make them pass out when they won't go to sleep? I'm not as bad now as I used to be. Yes, I am. That's a lie. Yeah, I've said this before too, Natalie. Oh, I hate the thought of somebody, especially somebody my son's age, being capable of killing his two best friends. So that's why I keep saying, like, telling people, like, send me theories. Tell me something else that could make sense. Heather says, I bet all of them know the true story. Everyone in that neighborhood, friends, family, etc. I've heard this from people who are in that area that everybody in that area believes that he did it, and that there are people who are telling him, like, not to come back there. And thank you. Hi. Hi, Brandi. Hi. Welcome back. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. I missed you. Oh, hi. Hi. You're a good girl. Hi. Sorry, got distracted. Oh, she's back. Yeah, it wasn't. They said it wasn't like a bullet hole through his hand. Hi. Uh-huh. Let's see. I don't think he drove around with them in the car for a long time. Melly probably dipped and then told Portland to figure it out. He had to think of something and then decided to. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, if he pulled up to the hospital at 4:35 and they were at the crime scene at like 4:03, and then the cameras caught him going, the security camera caught him going back at 4:06, then, I mean, 30 minutes ish. I have it muted because it's just them. Jennifer, I agree. If he didn't do it, I think he, I mean, as a juror, I would want to hear his version, like make it make sense. But I mean, if it was, let's say he's completely innocent and it was, somebody who, could do worse. I mean, if he's, let's say he's innocent and it's somebody who, he knows would kill him and his whole family if he, I don't know. Not really. I fake it. Yes, this is the prosecution's last witness. Um, 5 years later, not one person has snitched. Well, the only people who said something have now refused to talk anymore.
Dude, I'm so jealous of that girl, bro.
I won that in the competition.
Get out.
The one I'm getting ready to refurbish now,
Uh-huh.
I need it to be smaller. But that one I have to put up my rental house.
So where do you get these things from? Do you make them on your own?
The other ones,
Because I would like to get one that's almost like a old propane cylinder, you know?
Mhm. I got.
Ah!
There was no tension, there was no argument.
You could like still barely hear him a little bit, so I turned the volume all the way up and I'm doing like this, and then that guy comes up. Oh, gracious. That killed my ears. Right? Tell him come back. Tell us more. Don't talk about food. I can only have water until my blood work. Nobody's allowed to talk about food. So I have a question too. Oh.
Oh, I thought I did. When you get it, it's a simple. So if I were to do one folder, I could get that correct. When it comes to the two folders, I don't have it. We don't have it. I just want something similar to what you have, but at a much smaller scale.
Yeah, you can fit on this.
Huh?
That's a big grill.
What?
The grill I showed you all that meat on?
That's huge. That's way too big. That's way too big. I just want something.
They're still talking about their grill.
I'm gonna send you pictures of that one. I'm talking about the one, how I won that one in competition. I won it from the grill. I'm show you later. It's a barrel grill. The bottom is burnt.
If I could
Thank
somebody
you.
that can fabricate the grill at a 55-gallon drum. That's what I'm talking about. That size.
I know a guy named David.
He does stuff like that.
He does stuff like that.
What do you think you charge for? 500-600 or more?
I think 2 years ago it was at 5. I haven't heard the price increase yet.
If you do own a tiny grill, I was gonna offer up all the time for shit. No,
you're not giving it rent.
Nobody.
They're too easy to fabricate.
Yeah.
You can refurbish them and do all things.
Right, and that's why, like, if I can find an old one that needs to be refurbished, I wouldn't mind doing that either. You know, an old one that somebody just doesn't have the time to.
See, that's the thing. If I was going to Fort White, I could get a barrel. If that's what they store. A barrel in the oak wood. Take the barrel, take your wood, you go much bigger. If you want to cut it open and make a grill out of it, you can do that. But I'm not going there this weekend. Fort White is where I get the barrels.
Fort White.
Lake City.
Fort?
Oh. That's near the farm.
Well, I don't need a weekend.
No, I'm just telling you. Now, if I run across one.
Yeah, if you see somebody in your wheelhouse, let me know. And I'll.
Dang it. Almost had the hookup on the grills. And they muted again. Barbecue. It's always on the days when I can't eat that I'm the hungriest. I did not eat. I can't eat until I have blood work. I have to go have blood work when we're done with everything today. I have to be at the lab thing by 8 to have blood work, and I can't. I have to fast until then. When I used to have all my surgeries, you can't eat or drink anything before surgery. And with all the medication and everything I was on, I would be like, I would wake up. You know how, like, have you ever, like, when you get in the cups a little bit, and you wake up the next morning and you feel like you're in the desert and like you've never been more thirsty in your life, and you feel like you're just like shriveling into nothing, and you desperately need a drink of water. That's how I felt every single morning that I had surgery. And I don't know if it's just because they wouldn't even let me have water. I could have, like, ice chips here and there, but that was it. Oh my gosh, it was awful. And I swear it was every single surgery day. Yeah, I just have to be there before 8 o'clock. The lab place closes at 8. Before your glucose test when pregnant. Office playing the freaking Food Network in
That's
office.
the
That's
difference. And the thing
awful.
is, it's not like, it's not bad. It's good food.
Yeah.
And it's not even bad for you. You're growing it. It's like meat. So, if I can do this, man, I'll have so much fun with it. I love doing it too, man. Because I love doing it. I love feeding people.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
what
making people happy by feeding.
Aw.
and that's where it starts right there, right here.
Like Thanksgiving is always at my house. I cook everything.
Okay.
People are like, what
You
can I
said
bring?
that
I'm
turkey
like,
and sushi?
yeah.
I cook that at the chick.
Detective Moretti out there?
Sorry?
Detective Moretti outside?
I'll check, Judge.
Thank you. You want to put him on the stand? Please.
I'll check, Junkie. That's funny. Oh.
I can't forget that.
For Moretti, I think you went up there.
I think he might know.
There he is. You all set, ready to proceed, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are the
That's
chances?
good.
Yes.
I bring jury.
Sorry, I was in your way before. I know I got a big fat head. I sat down and she was like, I was like, shit.
Sorry, I was in your way before. I got a big fat head. Bless his heart.
Down here, those roses.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Devin, says counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, all witness remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice lunch. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Detective already. Ms. Brandi, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so Detective, we left off talking about that 772-713 negative status phone number identified in that phone call on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look at the location data from that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as states in tuple B for identification purposes. I am showing you what's been marked as states quintuple B for identification purposes only. Prior to coming into court today, did you have one opportunity to review that spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that spreadsheet fairly accurately depict the location data that is on states 64, the phone extraction of the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through and verify the various data points that are in there that are pertinent to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to remove in states quintuple B as states 103.
Any objection?
May I ask one question?
Sure.
Did you prepare that report yourself?
Yes, I generated it from the Cellbrite.
You generated?
Yes.
In other words, you hit a button.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Yeah, he has to report out evidence on this issue, so go ahead, you can proceed.
You hit a button and Cellbrite did this, created this report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You know the engineering of that?
Yes, sir.
Objection predicate.
Thank you. Motion sidebar second.
Well, that didn't take long. Did not take long at all to get us into our first objection, our first sidebar, and our first sassy pants post lunch. He's kind of funny though, isn't he? Like when he gets sassy. I think because I still think he reminds me so much of the dad on Step Brothers that, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but just his voice and the way he, looks and carries himself, like he reminds me so much of the dad on Step Brothers. So it's almost like when he's mad, I can't really take him seriously because I'm like, he's just getting on to Dale and Brennan. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. So funny. It cracks me up. Oh, yeah. Nurse Forgot asked what the sidebar count is. Marie Moss said 9. We are at 9 sidebars. Take a shot, do a squat. Take a shot, do a squat. Yeah, they've asked about the timeline for this trial multiple times. I think they're kind of over it. I like the defense lawyers because they intrigue me.
States quintuple B, and marked as states 103.
Thank you. Okay. Detective Moretti, in terms of the location data on this phone, this printout covers from the recovery from 2/19 of 2019. It goes back to dates in 2017. I want to draw your attention specifically to the dates of October 25th, 26th, and 27th of 2018. Did you review those specific dates in terms of the information and the location data?
Yes.
So I'm going to switch to the digital version of this because it's a lot easier than the paper copy. I want to start with the pin on 10/26, 4:42 a.m. that is sent on this one. And this is labeled as number 961 on the report here. Detective Brandi, did you specifically look up where 4:42 a.m., where the latitude and longitude listed here, I'm just going to highlight them on this, were located?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you plot those on a map?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as states in tuple C. For identification purposes only. Do you recognize states in tuple C?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's a map of the area to where the GPS coordinates are located.
Does the latitude of 25.987173 and longitude of negative 80.388035 fairly and accurately depict the same latitude and longitude at 4:42 a.m. on line 963 of the chart, which is labeled as 961.
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states in tuple C into evidence and publish to the jury.
Same objection. Thank you. Objection is open. It'll be admitted.
States from tuple C will be marked states 104.
Detective Brandi, is it rocket science how you plot these?
No, ma'am. It's cut and paste and put it in Google Maps.
So what has now been admitted into evidence as states 104 is and at the top is the cutout of that exact same line 963.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could please indicate where and show the length of the jury where the red indicator pin is showing where that particular drop pin or current location was sent. And to refer back, is this drop pin in messages that you reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing from state 71. Again on page 20. The message of 10/26/2018, 4:42:49.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where that location that we just looked at came from?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the phone number that's associated with the two individuals in the chat in states 71 are which two phone numbers?
The 9807 and the 5054.
And the 5054, that was the one you previously testified to Frederick Gibbons?
Yes, ma'am.
My math is better.
So going back to the location data, Can you explain what is a BSSID?
The BSSID is an entry point to a Wi-Fi network.
And so if you see a BSSID, is there a particular location that's associated with that, like a latitude and longitude in this?
There's not a latitude longitude, it's just that it's the Wi-Fi network, it's the name of the network, Wi-Fi network that was being utilized by the phone.
All right, this is
At 8:47:12 a.m., line, it's labeled 959 in the printout version,
if y'all remember.
961 in the actual spreadsheet. What BSSID name did the 9807 phone number connect to?
The name that said was Fredo Bank.
Okay. I want to go up now to the line that's labeled 954. On October 27th, 2018 at 3:02 a.m., what BSSID did the phone from 9807 connect to?
YNW Castle.
Does the YNW Castle BSSID come up anywhere else in some of these other phones?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the extraction for Mr. Williams' phone, was
Yes.
there information that he had connected to that Wi-Fi?
The network, yes, ma'am.
And so do you remember on what date that he had connected? And if you do not, let me know what would refresh your recollection.
The extraction report was refreshed.
Showing page 373 of the timeline for Anthony Williams' phone for council. Top line, please.
The 10/23/2018 at 4:37 p.m. The it said YNW Castle.
Were you able to determine where the YNW Castle Wi-Fi was?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
It was the address to where the defendant and co-defendant were living at the time.
So I want to go forward on later on the day of the 26th. There is another, and it's number 957 on the printout, 959 in the spreadsheet at 6:41 p.m. If you could read the latitude and longitude that are highlighted, please.
28.0636, negative 80.600243.
And so when you said you would just put them in Google and plot them?
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of this particular location, where is this showing at?
1301 East University Boulevard, Melbourne, Florida.
And what is the next closest cross street to the west?
To the west, Monroe Street.
So Detective Moretti, during the course of your investigation, were you able to view other open source social media postings and things from that evening on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that you viewed?
It was a video that was obtained through open source videos of the defendant along with the co-defendant up in Melbourne, Florida at a, I guess, some type of video shoot or something like that.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that's happening.
The great coordinates of that location.
And so it's been previously shown to the defense counsel and marked as states.
Real quick, for all of the people who told me that I was lying, that this happened before.
And tuple D for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's the disc that we produced for this case. It was a video that Tiffany Slade posted on Facebook Live of the defendant at that location.
And does that video and that disc fairly and accurately represent the video that was posted on Facebook Live on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple D in as states 145.
Is there any objection?
Y'all will recognize this. This is what I
No
told you.
objection. It'll be admitted.
States quintuple B will be United States number.
And I'm just going to publish a short portion of this.
This is the video shoot that was later that day on the 26th.
It's a video shoot. Live. What happened? Y'all see nothing? Y'all Melly in the motherfucking building, bro. In the motherfucking place to be, we have motherfucking murder video shoot. Melly is here. I'm just wrecking his motherfucking dog. Somebody's dog dead and gone. Melly out here. What is dog? I just came and walked out the car. My dog was gone. Rest in peace to my dog. Security guard right on his ass. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with him. Target reporter somewhere. You see him? Melly still turned regardless of what happened early morning. He still, I still see it very positive. Turned still. Hey! Yeah! But dog still turned. Regardless of what happened, you already know. We got Booby Baby. What's happening? What's happening, nigga? You already know it's a video shoot. Not here at the box. One out, whatever. There you go. We got the park report. That's that. Oh, you can put it right so they can, everybody, you know how to do it. Shoot the video up in the sky. Fucking what's it called? No. Yo, whatever that is
The individual over on the left in the light denim jacket, were you able to identify that as Portland Henry?
Yes.
Do you see the individual known to you as Jameson Francois that's been present in this video as well?
Yeah, I don't see him in this screenshot here.
Okay. Have you seen him previously while watching this video
Yes.
at other times?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, I'll conclude publishing at 3:22. So, Detective, right, I'm showing you what's been previously entered in as state 14. Was this jacket in Miramar evidence at the time that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
This is not the same jacket that's pictured on that video.
No, ma'am.
That's my other tweet.
So when you're going through these phone records, is everybody saved as their full legal name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you're looking through the phone number for the extraction for Mr. Thomas, that 772-713-2341 number that you described, what number is the 9807 number saved as? How is that saved in that phone?
For the 9807, I believe, he's listed as Julie.
Okay. And is there, if you're not sure at any point, please don't ask. If you need to refer or refresh recollection, please let me know.
Just repeat the question again.
The 772-713-9807 number. How is that saved in Chris Thomas's phone?
Chris Thomas's phone.
I verify. I don't like to be wrong. I verify.
I'm not sure, ma'am. I'll have to refresh my memory.
Okay. And with looking at, is there anything that would help refresh your recollection?
No. The text messages, the reports.
So showing you,
I'm sorry.
Two different
Chris
jackets.
Thomas in 9807 is
Two
Slim.
different jackets. She looks at that.
Okay.
Two different jackets.
and in
Same
the
jacket.
Anthony Williams phone, the 954-248-9081, how does Chris Thomas have him saved?
Chris Thomas has,
And if you need to refresh your recollection, I know it's a lot of details.
Chris Thomas has William saved as Smurf.
Okay, going to the 9807 phone number. How does the 9807 phone number have Chris Thomas saved in it?
Chris is saved as Slim.
Okay, and that's in the 9807 phone number?
Yes,
Okay. With regards to the 772-713-9807 number, how is the Anthony Williams, the 954-248-9081 saved?
he's saved as Twin.
When you go to Anthony Williams' phone extraction and look at the contacts for that, how is the 772-713-9807 phone number saved?
He's saved as Twin.
When you look in the Anthony Williams 954-248-9081, how is Christopher Thomas or Julie saved as?
He has been saved as Spoon.
And when you're looking in Celebrate, does Celebrate translate all the emojis?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
And when you're the Celebrate extractions for the phone number of 772-713-9807, what name does that phone assign to the owner?
The phone doesn't assign the name. The person assigns the name to the phone.
Okay, and so where does the young sack chaser Howard name come from?
That comes from the Apple ID.
And where is that Apple ID on the Facebook account for that young sack chaser Howard, for that 772-713-9807 number?
On the Facebook account, it's one of the vanity names as well.
And what's the other vanity name for the young sack chaser Howard Facebook account?
I have to be professional.
So was looking at that Facebook page help in
Yes,
refreshing your recollection? Detective Marty, I realized over lunch I forgot to publish one video from states 101. So I'll do that when we do that.
Hello, sorry about this is very quick. My name is Melly, and I'm going to turn myself in. But I have a suitcase because these are arresting me, and I had to get on a private jet, and I don't want them to see me.
So Detective Marty, the video that you just watched on that, was that the last image or video that was taken on the 772-713-9807 phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you the Young Sachster Howard, for defense counsel, the Young Sachster Howard Facebook account.
Yes, they edited that part out.
It's the identity, the actual account name is Melly.Crazy.
So that we're clear, the Young Sachster Howard Facebook contact and the 772-713-9807 phone. Visit to the Melly.Crazy account.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, can we approach? Yes.
Oh my gosh, you are so right. You are so right. Commander Joseph Lawrence, that's who he looks like. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he really does. Okay, so here's my thing about the video, and I said this when I tweeted it. Okay, look, everybody grieves different. If it's me, and these are my best friends since we were children, a low budget video is not going to make me go, 10, 11, 12 hours later. It's just not. It's out of respect for the lives lost of my closest friends. This is not like they had this huge place booked. It was in a freaking parking lot. So to each their own, ain't my thing. And I think it's incredibly disrespectful to the families, and the families agreed, because when I found this video, Juvie's dad had some comments on there, and some of the other family members and friends of the victims had some comments on there about, him carrying on like this, hours later without even bothering to contact the family. Okay, let's just pretend that it wasn't shot in a parking lot and this was like a big budget thing that couldn't be rescheduled. Again, to each their own. I wouldn't go. It's not who I am as a person. I would want to honor and respect my friends' lives, and that doesn't mean sit at home and cry. That means do something else other than that. That's me personally. Let's say that me as a person personally, I'd be like, oh, I want to go to the shoot. Fine. The whole reason I posted this specific clip too, instead of the rest of the hour, whatever it was that a lot of it was while they were filming. And to me, while you're filming, that's on stage. That's not the same. This was not while they were filming. This was like just hanging out on the set. And that to me is what stood out. Again, it's one of those things. Now, does this by itself prove anything? It proves that his behavior is questionable. It does not prove guilt. This is not showing, hey, see, look, he's out here dancing and laughing like nothing matters. You know, he's definitely the killer. That's not the point of this. It's another building block of their story.
The 772-713-9807 phone number. We were discussing how the phone is named on there. How does it show up in the Celebrate instruction?
Young Stack Chaser Howard.
The Young Stack Chaser Howard, is it spelled the same way as YNW Stack Chaser?
No.
So, how does Celebrate assign a name to a phone number in the extraction you're looking at the
Anonymous. Expertise.
Objection, that's overruled. If you knows, you can answer the question.
It does not. That's like I told you before. The Celebrate, it does not add anything. It does not take anything away. It rarely extracts data, puts it into a format that we can read. And the name that you see on that phone is manually input.
And so when you say manually inputted, do you mean on the phone itself?
Yes.
So this, and I want to make sure we're very clear on this, the contact name that is on there, on any of these reports that we have, did you put those on?
No, ma'am.
Where's that contact name coming from?
It's coming from when you go into the initial general settings, under the iCloud section is where it's actually input.
Whatever contact's in the phone.
Correct. It's not in the actual contact setting. It's the actual general settings where it is established.
So on the Young Stack Chaser Howard phone, that 772-713-9807, is there a contact 772-713-9807 titled Young Stack Chaser Howard? And if you need to pull that, let me know.
Yeah, yes, please.
They both had one. It's not the same one. It's the same style, but it's
what are we looking at right here on state 64?
This is the UFED report that is created by Celebrate, of taking the extracted data and put it into a format that we can read and present to the court.
Is it a large data file?
It is very large, and got to have enough RAM to run this program, that's for sure.
And so we're going to follow this slowly loading. I'm going to take a moment to show you the work documents previously shown to defense counsel for Mr. Hedgecock. Did you review those work records for David Hedgecock?
Yes, ma'am.
After you reviewed those, did he remain a suspect in the investigation?
No.
We get a date and time that we would hang on records, please.
Sure. And what date did you obtain those records?
2020.
Okay, so looking at the contact Okay, so looking at the contact that you have on your screen right here. What is the source? Where is this contact coming from in this phone?
The extraction source is the advanced logical extraction.
And where is the advanced logical extraction telling you that the name Young Sack Chaser Howard came from?
Is coming from Facebook Messenger.
When you scroll down in the details section, down over to the bottom right of the screen, what is the username associated with Young Sack Chaser Howard?
Melly.crazy.
Continuing on. With regards to the different searches that you did in this case, did you have an occasion to go up to and use canines to help assist in locating items of evidence?
Twice we used canines in this case.
Okay. What was the first time that canines were used?
The first time was on November 21st on Brook Road.
Okay.
That's when we used to find the exact location of the shooting. The canine recovered 8 shell casings. And the second time was early February 2019. It was over by Johnson Street and US 27. That became another location of interest where weapons were thrown after the shooting.
Oh. And were you able to recover any weapons or magazines at other locations by Johnson Street?
No, ma'am.
Did you go out and make attempts to locate any items of evidence as you became aware of them?
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, was there times in which you asked the dive team to go and conduct various investigations?
Yes, we conducted the 9807 cell phone number was showing in the area on the 10/26/2018 near the C9 canal, which is pretty much in between the Dayton-Broward border, right along I-75. The cell phone 9807 was in that area. Being that it was so consistent in all the other locations, I could easily link that phone number to other cell phone, to other videos. I was confident that location was, accurate. We spent almost a week diving that, and then late in, I think it was 20 or 21, I can kind of refer to my notes.
If you need to refresh your recollection.
It was a dive operation that was conducted at the house behind where Fredo Bang lived, and that was September 21st, 2021. Individual was arrested by a Broward Sheriff's Office. A blood gang member was arrested.
So based on information, there was a dive operation?
Yes.
Without going into what that person said?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, were any of those dive operations successful?
No, ma'am.
So continuing on now, once you obtain the cell phone extraction that we're looking at here, did you go through and verify against the information that was in Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas's phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically with regards to Anthony Williams, did you review all of the messages between Mr. Williams and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you prepare?
To the form of the question that we approach.
Take a shot, do a squat. Sidebar. Let's see. Sometimes I scroll up to read comments I missed.
Were those generated in
I
a
love our
report to make them easier to view and read?
Yes.
Was I making faces? Make faces, but I'm thinking. I was reading chat.
Detective, showing you what's been previously marked as states in Tuckle B shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do those messages, what are they?
It's communication between the 9807 number and the Anthony Williams cell phone number.
Have you been able to review all of those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to compare the printout there and the cell extraction of what's been previously known as state 64?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this fairly and accurately print out and show the messages between the 9807 phone number and Anthony Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into state and couple E and publish.
And we approach again, so.
All right, here we go again. So these are texts between Melly and Sack, I think is what she said. We'll see how this goes. I like hearing. See, this is why I like data and text and science and stuff like that, because I want to know facts. I don't know. I don't want to know just what somebody remembers or is testifying to, especially in a case like this where you can't trust anything anybody's saying, because everybody got amnesia. Oh, gracious alive. Let's see. Hello, Marvin. Welcome. Welcome. Come on in. Some of the depositions are available and some of them are not, but there are like 700 or 800 different links, of filings for this. It has taken me weeks to get through everything, but they're on their public record on Broward County Court of Clerks. But some of them you can't even get. But then there's been some that you couldn't get, but then in other depositions they talk about it or they reference them or whatever.
It's 106.
So Detective, I have this version, but it's a little bit easier to pull up on the electronic version, so. Bear with me just a minute. And just so it's clear, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would go about creating this specific?
On the left-hand side, you would see where it says call log, chats, contacts. You would, right now, you're in SMS messages, where you see on the top portion is where it says where you see export, just click on export, just for the show. Then you can export it in Excel, HTML, PDF, Word. We predominantly use PDF.
So, for example, if you could just pick a person here to limit it by?
You can limit it by that exactly if you know what phone number or name you're looking for.
Can you then also search this?
Yes,
That's in reading. Can you overrule?
Can you search this with keywords?
yes, ma'am.
Why is it important to be able to search it with keywords?
If I'm looking for something very specific, or I know a specific conversation, or if I'm just looking for specific words, in a case of words of interest, we would type them in there and it would come up in the search.
Can you limit it by time frame?
Yes.
Specifically in this extraction that has been put in, what are the two phone numbers that are being communicating in this chat report?
The 9807 number, as well as the number for Mr. Williams, which is 9081.
Speak up just a little bit. You can't tell I'm slightly under the weather. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, do your folks on
Again. Take a shot, do a squat. Here we go again. Let's see. Brandemeier, I keep an open mind, but to me it looks like Melly is guilty, and the only thing I can think of why is money. Max. Has anyone ever heard Melly straight up say, I did not do it? I never heard his lawyer, not his mom, not one person directly say Melly did not do it. No. In those messages from earlier, he said something about how he, I can't remember exactly how it was said about he didn't care what other people thought or whatever, that he treated them better than their own parents or something. Yes, the lead detective is usually the closer to put everything together, which is what we are watching. This is always the part where all of the bricks are supposed to be put together to make the big brick wall. Or puzzle pieces, whatever. Whatever metaphor you want to use. Latoya Hawk, I would be the same. I have ADD, so I'm the same way. I have to take medication that I'm not that way. So I'd be zoning out. I know last week yeah, Caleb, he's dealt with them already before during his deposition. So I think he kind of knows a little bit of what to expect.
Thank you for reflecting your slipped out. Councilman, what was it?
And the witness step out so I can voice my continued objection.
I think you don't like me, sir.
Thank you.
I think you don't like me anymore.
I don't.
Yes, sir. already stepped out.
Yes. As I indicated to the court, because I think the state is leading you astray and creating reversible error. When Detective Moretti was deposed on February of 2021, he indicated that he's not an expert. That's why the FBI was called to testify on these records. In addition to that, he went on to say,
Excuse me, listen, hold on. All right, extend counsel the same courtesy you expect, but not to be interrupted, all right? Go ahead.
he went on to testify under oath that when you look at these chats, it's coming from one phone to another phone, correct? His answer, correct. And if I have your phone, for instance, I could chat with, and I use Mr. Haddad as an example because he was in the deposition. He said correct. And by looking at your phone, you would think that you sent Haddad that nasty message, like whatever, correct, correct. He goes on to say, in other words, would you be able to make the statement that one person received a call from Melly? And he goes, no. He goes on and testified. The question is, well, two people are speaking to each other, but one of them would have to verify that he's the person who responded or wrote the message, correct? And he says, legally, yes, sir. They have not authenticated one of these messages. They know it. He's not qualified to do that. They have to call one of the parties to authenticate it. That's why, with all due respect, we have been interrupting, coming sidebar constantly on all of these messages. They are the state is leading you astray on this because they have not authenticated one message. And now they're attributing it to Williams talking to Melly, Melly talking to Williams, and that can't, there's no predicate for it. And even the witness knows that. So we would be objecting to all of this and moving to strike it all.
Just to play that forward logically, the way that counsel is arguing, if a witness is dead, there would never be a communication that could be in evidence. So in terms of the way counsel is arguing that is contrary to the evidence code on that. The state, and that goes to weight, not admissibility. This evidence is admissible, it is statements of the defendant that has been established over and over and over again that he was the person using the 772-713-9807 phone. He is the one who's taking all the pictures on it. He's the one who's giving the password to his mother. He's the one who is using this to communicate with his friends, his girlfriend, has the naked video of his underage girlfriend on it. This is not a phone that's being passed around to multiple people, and there's no evidence to support that. In fact, what the evidence shows, and in every video that you've seen of the defendant, he's walking around with a phone in his hand. And the state would submit to you and to this court that it has well proven the defendant himself in the statement on the jail call, calling the 772-713-9807 phone number, is saying that is his phone. In addition, Your Honor, the state has provided case law previously that an item can be authenticated by the contents of the item itself. That is clearly what we have in this, that the contents of this phone authenticated and show it to be what the state says it is, which is statements of the defendant and statements of the victim, in this case, Anthony Williams, and the rest of them are the other statements of the co-defendant and the defendant and his girlfriend, where she's putting, and there's internal parts of each of those that can be authenticated.
Hold on.
There are three ways to really authenticate a text message. The receiver, the sender, and if you don't have either one of them, then you call the engineering company to show that the text messages are in fact true and correct. For them to say they could never get a text message in if a person is deceased is absolutely not true. They would need, if they don't have the receiver, the sender, then they have to call the engineering company from Sprint, T-Mobile, whoever it is, to show how the messages are extracted from the phone, not the detective. And more importantly, this detective has already admitted he's never been declared an expert in any of this. And that's why the FBI was called in.
Judge, so I'm going to clarify on that. Counsel's taking that completely out of context because that was with regards to the T-Mobile. Counsel's conflating the difference between information from the cellular networks and information from the phone itself. They are separate and apart. They are two different sources of data and two different sources with which the evidence in this case is being drawn from. Counsel is trying to confuse them and using parts of the depot from the T-Mobile to try and say that it would apply to other sections, which is completely inappropriate and a misrepresentation of what actually happened in the deposition. In addition, the detective, when he first got up and testified, talked about his training and experience in Celebrite, Cellhawk, and all the different phone and cellular phone specific evidence classes and certifications with which he holds.
One last comment, John.
Go ahead.
She has introduced 500 and some odd pictures, a whole bunch of text messages over our objections, a jail call. So if anything, this is all cumulative. If the court doesn't agree with what this witness, this detective testified under oath, that he's not an expert and you have to get a message in, either receiver, sender, or there is case law to say the engineering company as to how they can extract a message. I will give them a third alternative. They've done none of that in any of this.
That's hilarious. He said if you won't take that objection, then he'll object to it being cumulative because they've already proven it's his phone. So if you won't accept, that's some funny stuff. This trial just gets weirder and weirder.
We'll be in recess. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Before we go, I'd just like to crystallize my objection that I was trying to articulate in sidebar with respect to the refreshing.
Something we're just talking about now? No. Is this something new? Or is it something that's just... Answer my question first. This issue.
I didn't say...
No, you started...
I didn't utter words. I'm trying to say what it is. It concerns the testimony regarding the Facebook information that was brought in on the notion that he was refreshing recollection from a video that he observed Miss Bradley navigating through her Facebook account into another Facebook account to check the information. And what the court said is that the witness can use anything to refresh his recollection. However, that's not what occurred here. What occurred was hearsay information was being introduced through the ruse of refreshing recollection. Because if something is observed and it's hearsay on the internet and it's being observed by a witness, he can't later come and say it would refresh my recollection as to what that hearsay was as a basis for him to make to offer testimony that is being offered for the truth of the matter. And that is just a separate issue, which I wanted to, since we were about to go to recess, crystallize, which occurred in the last session. I apologize for upsetting, but that is what, it's a separate issue, yes it is, and it's one that I thought was important to crystallize at this time. Thank you, sir.
We're in recess. Need a restroom break, Mr. Devlin?
I need a walk.
Mr. Devlin, do you need a restroom break? Yes. Take care.
Thank you.
Yikes. So that's pretty hilarious, actually. He's like, you know, objecting over the phone stuff again. Shocker. And then he's like, well, if you won't accept that one, then I object to this being cumulative because of the 500 pictures and all the other stuff that she's already done to prove it's his phone. If you won't accept this objection, let me object to the exact opposite thing. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Oh, gracious alive. He said, I need a walk. Yeah, he told the detective he doesn't like him. There's bad blood there, y'all. Like, and you can, when you're reading the depositions of them talking and stuff, like, you can tell that they ain't going to the barbecue together after this. Let's just say that. They will not be best of friends anytime soon. Heck, Chevelle, I need a cigarette after all this, and I've never smoked one in my life. I feel like now's a good time to start after all of this. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Just joking, kids. We are never going to get past the phone issue. Y'all remember, like, 7 or 8 years ago when I was like, it's his phone. And here we are. Still fussing over the phone. So funny. Gracious alive. Bailiff will not be using his fancy new grill for a cookout for them. He'll have to have them in, like, you know, in waves or like heats, you know, like y'all come for the first serving, you know, y'all come for the second serving, y'all leave out the back door this time, y'all come at the front door 5 minutes later. Bless it. Can we crystallize today's events? Yeah. Yep. Crystallize it. Lord help. The defense has objected to the prosecution's entire case, every single word, every piece of evidence, all of it. Yes. Okay, but let's look at it like this too. Okay. Let's say that you know for a fact that Melly is innocent. Or let's say it's your kid up there, or your nephew, or your husband, or your whoever. I'll say if it was my kid up there, because he was the same age. If it's my kid up there and I know he's innocent, I would want them to object to all of this stuff too. Because let's say that all of this stuff looks real bad. You know, when you say it like this, it sounds real bad or whatever. And you know, they're fighting for their client, which is what they do. No sweet tea on the porch on Sunday for them. None at all. Scruffle. They got in a verbal scruffle. And it is still his phone. I don't care how many times they fight over it. It's still his phone. Paternity test on the phone. Well, you heard Mama. You heard Mama on the jail call saying that, she needs his facial recognition is the only thing that's going to answer the phone other than the code. So facial recognition is kind of the same as paternity test on a phone, right? Yeah, deactivate her. This is what I said when I was getting mad about this weeks ago, is that the judge is allowing the constant arguments over the phone instead of making a decision and sticking to it, because this just drags everything out more, which actually gets the jury more exhausted, who's already been asking about time frame on this for weeks, and it gets them more tired. It's dragging the families, through this longer. And by getting the jury exhausted with all of this too, that affects a fair trial. Let's say they all get in there and they're like, okay, let's just go with the majority because we're all tired and ready to go home. Let's see. Thank you, Lady in Gray. Thank you. I appreciate it. By the way, it's Melly's phone. Oh, it's Melly's phone. They need a cuddle huddle. I always call it a cuddle puddle. Take a shot, do a squat, high five, and be friends. That's what they need. Why, thank you, Kim Maynard. I am very tan. My vacation did me well. I've got a few spots of red still on my face where I got a little bit too much, but Heather says that defense attorney is an actor. When she interrupted, he turned to the side and pouted. He is animated. And I get what you're saying. He's almost animated in such a way that it's like he's making his moves making sure that they're visible. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like it's too exaggerated sometimes to be to seem natural. And it may be natural. That might just be how he is. But even that, the one day when he and that's why we object and threw the notebook, stuff like that. It's all kind of showy, and which could be, look, some lawyers are showy. That's, and some of them, it works for them. So it could just be how he is naturally, but I get what you're saying. Like, he almost has that extra drama to his movements and his behaviors and stuff. It was a whole phone. That's his whole phone. Whole phone. Whole phone. Take a rip and eat some chips. I like that one. Let's see. Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious if the judge came back and had a Maury Povich moment about whose turn it is. And pages and pages and pages of data say you are the owner of this phone. Judge needs to do a poll as to if it's his phone. Maybe it's the boogeyman's phone. Yeah, Harpootlian has that showmanship type stuff to him too, but I'm not a Poot fan. I like, even if I'm not on the like, if I've made up my mind on, I'm not on the side of one or the other, I still can generally like the attorneys as long as they don't behave in a disrespectful way. But I ain't a fan of Poot. Theatrics, that's a good word for it. Survey says it's Melly's phone. Thank you, Amos. Update. Oh, update. On Diana, she's doing great so far. Nurse said they're done with the first part of the procedure and now on to the next. Oh, that's awesome. Good. Sending all the good vibes her way. Yeah, Terry starts. I want my attorney to put on a show. Throw the notebook, flip the defense table. Why not? Yeah, like it'll like a Real Housewives of the Courtroom, like just where everybody's hollering and throwing stuff and objecting, and yeah, I'm here for it. Oh, you cleared that up for us. It's not Melly's phone. It's Melvin's phone. You just have it all wrong. Ah, it seems so weird without the drilling. I know. It's like super quiet now in my condo building. Who, like, let me not say that because the fire alarm was going off this morning. Lead detectives never go last or never not at all. Lead detectives go last a good majority of the time. Let's see. if we're going down, we're putting on a whole production. All right, I think I caught up on chat. Real Courtroom. It's not my client's phone will be the tagline. Oh, I'm so sick of hearing about the phone. It's crazy, isn't it? We're still arguing this. Yeah, that's true. They actually looked for evidence. Go figure. Vaderland could learn a thing or two from them. Or anything. They have not talked about it that I heard this morning, but they didn't have the audio on first thing this morning. So I don't know if that's something that they addressed before they rebooted their stuff and turned the audio on. But I haven't heard anything else about it. Last I heard yesterday was that they were going to have trouble getting him here because he was gone for the whole month of July. So I'm not really sure. But also, the things that they were saying that he said are not what he actually said. So they also said they were going to go pull it from the transcripts last night. And I'm sure when they went and saw the transcripts and realized that that's not what he said, that, you know, that may have had an effect on some of this. All they need is one person to doubt that phone. Ain't nobody down that phone. The only people who would doubt that that's his phone are the people who don't want to believe it because they're like fans or something like that, or they just want him to be innocent. Because whether you think he's guilty or innocent or not sure, it's his phone. It's his phone. I don't care which side you're leaning towards as of right now, it's his phone. It is impressive how much the defense has been able to keep out of all of this. Let me say this. I think that if the jury saw everything, including all of the original statements and all of that, I think we'd be in a very different position already. There's a lot of stuff that has been kept out, and a lot of original testimony and depositions and witnesses that are now unavailable. Y'all want to do a poll so far? Yep. All right. You know, though, anytime I do my poll, I have to give my disclaimer. This is, we do not have all of the evidence yet on either side. So this is not a 100% he's innocent or guilty poll. This is based on the evidence we have so far. Which way are you leaning? All right. And then, of course, on these, we'll do guilty, not guilty.
President, defendant, his counsel, assistant state attorneys. All ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, bring the jury in, please.
The final poll, we never do undecided, because if you are undecided after you've heard everything, then that means that there is still doubt, which would be not guilty. I have to give my little speech every time. What is happening?
Jury entered.
There's one of y'all in every crowd. The wrong button pushers.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the appointments of the jury. I'm going to defend the defendants, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, to witnesses on the stand. Detective Martin, ready. Counsel, proceed, please.
Okay, so Detective, we were talking about what's been admitted into evidence as states 106. I'm going to start with a August 23rd, 2018 message from the 9807 number. What does that say?
I gotta get this money from track and get a new card.
So the state previously introduced into evidence what's been published as states 97. I want to switch to that for just a moment. As part of States 97, I'm going to be publishing a transaction from December 13th, 2018. How much money was being sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamel Demons?
$10,000.
Okay. Publishing a November 9th, 2018. How much money is sent to the beneficiary listed as Jamel Demons?
$15,000.
Publishing a date of December 19th, 2018 to the beneficiary of Jamel Demons. How much money was sent then?
$9,000.
Could I?
Is there objection?
Objection as to the name.
Demons, sorry. My apologies. Do you still have that lemon? Moving on to October 17th, 2018. How much was paid in reference to services for what YNW Melly?
$3,500.
Going to October 8th of 2019. How much was paid for the benefit of YNW Melly?
$4,000.
And going to January 14th, 2019. Who is, what was the amount paid for Melly January 26th show?
$10,000.
And who was what was the name of the originator of that?
Lyrical Lemonade LLC.
I'm going to switch over and publish again from States 7. Back to the messages. On the, you mentioned you can keyword search them on the Celebrate. Does the same thing work on the digital versions?
Yes, just Control F. You can search through it.
In terms of, were you able to look for the term Melly or Jamel in this particular document?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it come up a number of times?
Yes, ma'am. 18 times.
So going through now, we go to August 24th of 2018. Starting with a message from 954-248-9081, the Anthony Williams phone number. If you could read the top one, I'm gonna try to make it as big as possible.
That's fine. Oh, yeah. And I meant to tell you all, I told you before, we went to Cali, that me and Judy, CEO, Peso, the artist, cause you be moving on this music just cause you pop ain't fitting be looking confused all my life. Y'all really, my artist, you ain't doing that part right. I got these N-words right, y'all ain't fitting, just keep saying that y'all be on some lifestyle shit, just can't say they artists just to look good, do the same shit I be doing. I'm just under you cause I let you be the face, but I'm the CEO.
The next message, and what's the date of this one in time?
8/24/2018 at 12 p.m., 12:18 p.m.
Right, and what does the 9081 twin phone number say?
Blood, sweat, tears in this. I seen a dream shit went too far in the future.
Continuing on to the 8/24/2018, 11:46 a.m. If you could republish that one.
Yes, ma'am. I want to make sure I want to read it first. You all sabotaging my character. Got people think y'all made me in shit while you all get treated like future. I peep when I said I'm gonna put my music out. You said some I forgot, but every time I do some creative, try to make it spark, you all start doing it as a group and make it look like our shit. And you, the one popping go do it then. They think it's yours and feel like you don't fuck with us like that. Your vibe be way different when Riri ain't here. But we are artists. I put my powers, a lot of hard work to get everybody the way they is. I let you get my artists, but all of my artists too. I'm a bro that let get them because you from Florida and you ain't doing it right. And they give you credit over money. Money ain't nothing without my drift, so get right or some gonna flop.
And continuing on to 8/24/2018, 11:55, 52 a.m. from the 9081.
1 second.
This makes me sad.
And I told you this shit is just like Young Mal and Quills. It's YNW CEO, me, you, Julie, artist, Bort, Peso, Tay, Cody, AG, and the rest and shit. You all don't like to talk about YNW goals and work on shit. You like to act like your mom and be on that type of fantasy life when Riri and all them gone. You don't talk to us about this YNW shit. You don't give everyone 5 bands each, none of that, or talk about future. You walk around here like you husband and wife, and then get kind of important people talking about my artist. One more chance, and you going under to me like it's supposed to be. You just blowed. You can say, Joel, first time you rapped, I changed your flow. You rap like Wiz Khalifa. You can say you watched Young and Thug. If you did that, you a jacker. What they call is I isn't no jacker. I got relative tendencies as them got get right. Do everything at one time, not just make us look like kids. Make sure everyone got a bitch in here. You all acting like you all bosses. Then one of you try your girl, you gone, cry, but then call us. Your artist got me looking dumb out here, and we worried about a bag.
And what does the 9807 reply?
I know you all CEOs, fool, and you know I fuck with is you talking about N-word. I'm happy you could drop all your shit, that's what I want. Don't ever think I don't want to see you shine. I appreciate you letting me get them boys to be my artist. That's real as fuck. What it seems like or what people think, we know what's going. We fit in the blow, tell Tay and Bort, go get Peso and Chloe. I'm focused on all artists until it's our time to tour. I already got I Am You out. All I got to do is videos. We can start today.
In terms of during the course of this conversation, how often is money brought up?
Quite often.
So going to August 29th, 2018, what does the 9807 number say?
I ain't lost, I'm just waiting on my money so I can get everyone right. I got plans, but my plan's crazy, and ain't no one gonna understand till the money in their face.
August 30th, 2018, 9807.
Finna go get this money from crack.
September 3rd, 2018,
I gotta pick some money up from JF5 at the office,
and that's coming from the, which number?
9807.
Okay. Going to September 6th, 2018.
It good. Ain't fucking with them, cause you can't help them like me and you. Just stay for the money. I can fuck all you lights up forever. It's in my hands.
September 21st, 2018. From which phone number and what does it say?
It's from the 9807 number. It's fitting me track at the office. He said the money should drop around 4 to 7, around 4 to 7 p.m.
Okay. September 21st, 5:44 p.m.
From the 9807 number. The money in the account, but it ain't gone be available till 12 a.m.
September 27, 2018.
From the 90081. Ain't mean to put no addy. LOL and Adrian, bro. Send some money to him on your Cash App.
October 3rd, 2018.
From the 9807 number. Went to pick money up.
October 8th, 2018.
From the 9081. Please came to my house about your money.
October 8th, 2018.
They trying to make it seem like we did something to get that money.
October 12th of 2018.
Why y'all ain't make sure the money was sent to them?
October 16th, 2018.
From the 9807. I really ain't foaming today. I'm a fit link with track. Pick this money.
October 19th, 2018.
I ain't worried about him. And when we go in Utah, I need to give my mom this money, and we gotta at least get peso.
October 25th, 2018.
You got $10 to pay for my cut till I get this money from track.
And so to go for context on that message.
So he's sending this after he got large amounts of money.
On October, he published for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury from the October 24th, 2018, 10:03 p.m. message.
Just landed.
What is the response from the 9081?
We on the way down the from Willie.
772-713-9807 says what on October 25th at 12:19 a.m.
We defy it.
Bless his heart trying to read this.
And what's the response from Mr. Williams? Or, I'm sorry, the 9081 phone number.
In here somewhere.
Oh. Oh.
Going to August 30th of 2018.
That was.
Were you able to review and determine if there was an issue between with Anthony Williams and the 9807 number based on an argument with the mother gaming?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. Conclusion.
In the message adjourned.
It's his.
Excuse me, can I see the message? Here's sidewalk.
Sure, let me grab the paper copy.
It was incredibly painful to listen to. I'm going to, when I do my my members only recap at the end of the day, I will go through and put these together. Y'all, the context of these, like him saying, he keeps saying he's going to go meet Track and get the money, and oh, the money will be available. Oh, do you have $10 until for my cut until I can get this money? He
Ready.
just
Going
got the
to
money.
August 30th, 2018. Can you publish the 9807 message from 11:20?
You don't need context around this. This is pretty self-explanatory.
Just be here for me, bro. I handled the shit. We ain't breaking up. It's fucker, bro, the devil trying to break us apart.
Okay. Next message.
Don't listen to none of that shit. She gone. Pull up. She say she done with all that shit. Fuck it. She blocked out our life.
The response from the 9081 number, August 30th, 2018, 11:24 a.m.
Bro, I'ma expose her though. I'ma chill today. First interview is over. She's gonna fry.
Next message from 9081.
Ain't gonna lie. I'm tired of y'all getting y'all credit on shit.
August 30th, 2018, 11:28 a.m.
Fuck that.
August 30th, 2018, 11:29 a.m.
I don't care. I love you, but I feel like, yeah, with that shit, no cap.
Okay. The response from 9807 at 11:29:31 on August 30th.
All that shit gone. Stop, bro. We finna blow. You the one keep my head straight when I'm tripping.
August 30th, 2018, 11:30:27 a.m. from the 9807 number.
Hell no, I'm riding with you. You know this shit don't need to go that far. It's pointless. Just block all that shit out.
And now the August 30th, 12:36:56 p.m. from the 9807 number.
Just 1 second. Alright, bro, I love you to death. You brother for life. But I'ma let you have all this shit. Fuck my mama. Fuck that house. Fuck that Draco. Fuck that 380. Fuck that Netflix TV shit. All that shit. You all can have it. I'ma pay you back for everything you did for me. For every idea, all that we always gonna be brothers. But I'll never hurt you, bro. You don't trust me. I don't want to be in a house with nobody who think I'm a snake. And all the time. You can have that shit. I just need to pull it by myself. I don't give a fuck what you do to my mama. I don't give a fuck no more. I'll never say I'll kill you or harm you. If you need anything, just hit my line. I'm at the hotel around the corner. We both need our space. I don't know if we've been around each other too long or what before. Let's break apart over some dumb outside food. You all don't need me. I love you all. N-word. Tell Chloe I said I love her. Tay. I'm fit to focus on myself till it's time for tour. Everything I do is out of love. I don't know how else to prove it. I love your ass more than anyone on this earth. Bro, you got that shit. I'll never beef with my day one. That ain't me. If you die, I'ma die. And we the same person for real. I'ma let you cool off though, my end love.
Excuse me, what page is that?
That is on page 48.
Thank you.
And the responses from the 9081, August 30th, 1239.
I'm good. It's just somebody telling me y'all up to something. You don't owe me nothing. We is the same person. But how you let this shit keep going this far? What if it was the other way around? My mom wouldn't be doing no shit like this.
Next message at 12:40 p.m. from the 9081.
I'm bullying. Ain't say I was beefing with you before. I let something happen to me or play with my family. Everyone will die. Shit like that. Stuck with my blood.
And the response from the 9807 phone number on 12/40/41 8/30/2018.
I don't consider her my mama. No mo, fuck that bitch, bro. I know, I feel, yeah, that shit weird, bro.
August 30th, 2018.
Melly's mom.
From the 9081 phone number at 12:41:30.
Then she keep telling people shit about me, and I'm not even worried about her, bro. I'm trying to bull do me. Why MF's always worried about me, and what the fuck you talking about how you gonna leave, and we can't even get in the gate without you be on some crazy shit.
What page is that?
49, Mr. Howard. And the response on August 30th, 2018, 12:41 p.m. from the 9807.
Like, I don't even be knowing what the fuck to say. No mo. She do shit out of the blue. She the devil. For real. Shit crazy. I don't got shit to do with it no mo. If you all kill her, fuck it, bro. She ain't my mama. She sold her soul.
So, I want to talk about the term fire specifically. On September 28th, 2018, 1:59:01 p.m. Could you please read that message?
Give you a fire ass fit.
Is that referring to clothing?
Objection, lady. Call for conclusion and.
No, it does not, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I was going to say outfit.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going on to September 29th, 2018. That message says what?
That song, fire is fire.
Do you think that's talking about a firearm there?
Objection.
Already been testified to.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what Boom has to say about Jamie and Melly in the courtroom right
In
now.
certain contexts, yes, fire can also mean gun, it also can mean fire.
Objection
And this-
to strike. Could mean a lot of things according to that.
Sustain.
Move to strike the answer and
Second,
ask for
jury
curative
disregard.
instruction.
Jury disregard the last question and answer.
On October 23rd, 2018, were you able to determine the locations of the 9807 phone and the 9081 phone?
1023,
Yes.
I had to go back to the, well.
Sorry.
There you go. In Chicago.
So the publishing on 10/23/2018, starting at 9:38:41, what does the 9081 phone number ask?
Where you at?
And the response from the 1023, 93850 from the 9807 phone number.
Chicago.
What is the next text message from the 9081 message?
Be safe, we'll read it at 5.
Going on to October 23rd, 2018, 10:45, 29 a.m. What does the 9807 message respond?
Hell yeah, always.
Next message, 10:45:48. What does 9807 say?
And it's my closet.
Continuing
I'll
on,
do the recap.
10:23, 2018, 10:46:10. What does the 9807 number say?
It's on my closet in like the third shoebox.
Going to 10:23, 2018, 2:46 p.m. What does the 9081 phone number say to the 9807 phone number?
Domo at the gate if they call.
Are you familiar with the Sunset Lakes entrance gate?
Yes, there's 2 of them.
Would you respond or go to the 40th Street gate or review the footage rather from that gate?
We actually go to the clubhouse to retrieve the video, but because we're familiar with the area, we knew that the video we obtained was from the 40th Street entrance.
And where is that 40th Street entrance in relation to the 18541 house that the defendant was living in at that time?
It's right around the corner, very close location.
Were there any other obvious arguments or fights that you noticed in this message?
Objection to the form of the question.
Same rephrase.
Did you notice any other angry exchanges in this?
Objection to the form of the question.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were those?
The Facebook Messenger had it as well.
Okay.
As well as in their SMS back and forth.
So I want to go now, and so did you also look at and indicated the messages between the 9807 phone number and the 772-713-2341 number?
Yes, ma'am.
Previously marked states quintuple F.
Now we know why they didn't want this in.
Okay, Detective Marty, I'm showing you it's been marked as states quintuple F. You have to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That is the extraction report I generated from the cell.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the conversation messages between 772-713-9807 and 772-713-2341?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quintuple F, state
Okay.
107.
So this is between Melly and Juvie.
Right.
2341 is Juvie's phone number. Y'all, that made my stomach hurt. About to text Boone.
Has she signed one too?
Woo, y'all. Oh, I was going to text Boone. So remember, if y'all remember way back to 1984 when we started this trial, you remember that there were texts between, I'll put this in my recap, I'll pull it all together so you can get context of everything. But y'all remember the conversation between Melly and his mama where he's telling her, like, dude, you need to chill out, you know, stop taking stuff to social media and stop whatever it was. I feel sure she knew about them. They would not have blindsided her like this, but to have them read publicly when she's been supporting him, you know, and throwing him stripper parties and whatnot. Like, look, my kid will be the first one to tell people I'm crazy, but if I ever heard something like that, I mean, I can't even imagine the pain as a mama that I would feel not only hearing or seeing that, but having it read to the world. Mm. Mm. We don't know the relationship, what, between him and his mom? There ain't no relationship between a mom and the man she's raising that should ever have him talking about her like that. Ever. I don't care what kind of relationship you have. I cannot imagine as a mama, like, and look, I'm not saying she's totally innocent. Lord knows she picks some fights, starts some drama, and, you know, gets into business she don't belong in. I know that. But look, my mom ain't perfect either, but, you know, that's one of those things, like, that's your blood. Like, you correct that in private and you have their back in public.
What is it? I'm sorry. 107.
So
I like what Tisha is your mama.
States 107.
F that heifer.
Detective Moretti, if you could read aloud for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the phone numbers that are reflected in this particular chat.
The is the 772-713-9807, and then 772-713-2341.
Publishing on the third page of the exhibit. The address on, 1/27/15 on August 27th, 2018. What address is that?
18521 Southwest 44th Street, Miramar. That's where the defendant was living at.
I called my stepkids. I would say that's blood too, even though it's not. So you're right.
Okay. Going on to page 5.
Family.
The message from the contact titled Juvie. What is asked in that question? What question at September 1st, 2018, 8:14 p.m.
When you're going to do the A?
And in terms of the response?
Tuesday.
Yeah, because eat your comments, because they said that they kind of grew up together because she was so young.
With Portland Henry, did he mention traveling to Atlanta?
I believe so, ma'am.
And was there any conversations from Mr. Henry in the reporting about being in a car crash? And that was just
Objection reading.
going on the
rephrase.
Without playing the statement of Mr. Henry, is there anything that would refresh your recollection? I'm sorry.
These are Melly and Juvie.
With regards to Mr. Henry's statement, was there any conversation about a car crash?
Yes, there was a car crash, because we saw when we first made contact with them that there was front end damage, and we asked them, about the damage.
Do you recall where he indicated Mr. Henry, and statements are going to play for the jury, where that damage occurred?
The location?
Yes.
Offhand, no, I need to see the statement.
Okay.
We don't have to play the full item.
We can come back to that. I'll have Ms. Smith pull that statement. Going on to page 6. On September 1st, 2018, 8:15:32. Can you publish that particular statement?
I board can take me in the white car, or I still gotta wait.
And were you able to determine who Bort is?
It's Cortland Henry, the co-defendant in this case.
Okay. Going to October 10th, 2018. Can you please publish that message for the ladies on the jury? 10:24.
Nah, fool, I'm good. I'm up wait next time. That and more who gave you the QP for the free. See if he'll sell you a half a pound for the low. I'ma buy it.
What is QP, if you know, based on your training and experience as a law enforcement officer?
Quarter pound.
Pardon me?
Objection.
I sustain the objection. I think we need more.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
QP for the free is a quarter
Going
pound.
on to the bottom of page 11 for defense counsel. If you could publish the October 11th, 2018, 3:15 p.m. from the 2341 to the 9807.
You sending some cash today?
On October 15th, 2018, 3:36 p.m. Can you explain what it's, when you see this in the chat report, the CL.H LOC.VCF. What does that mean?
It's location data is going to be a GPS coordinate.
And the last text message from the 9807 phone number, what date and time is that at?
10/23/2018 at 1:27 p.m.
So Detective Marty, you mentioned Facebook messages and Instagram and things like that. Did you collect or obtain those records?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to start, it's still on the cell phone extraction.
Ruby in blue and Melly in green on that one. I'll go over all the blue recap.
Showing defense counsel what's been marked as states and tuple G.
It wasn't Portland, but they just mentioned him asking if Portland could take him to wherever he said. Oh, can we get search? Here we go. There we go. No, remember Melly's phone is listed as young sack chaser Howard. They're on the same plan or whatever, and he's listed as young sack chaser Howard on there because they are on the same plan, but it's actually his phone. Sack's actual phone, he's listed in there as twin. I had Jacob when I was 20. So I wasn't, I was older than 14, but still young and had no idea what the heck I was doing. So like I get that whole kind of, raising a man, but you're still kind of, in a lot of ways, you're still growing up together. Like when you're a young mom, you grow up with your kids in a sense because you are still growing so much yourself. And I know that like being a young mom can sometimes change the dynamic of the relationship between, mother and son. But man, that would be hard to hear.
G. For
Makes me sad.
identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict a conversation between the 9807 number and an individual named 70?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions on that?
No, ma'am.
Here at this time, state requesting that states tuple G in as states 107.
Coming on after report today.
Any objection or previously raised? Over, we didn't.
States on tuple G, and mark states 108.
Publishing page 1. On October 17, 2018, 3:59:38 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
The name Melly.
Continuing on to 4:01:06 p.m., what message is sent from the 9807 number?
My IG, YNW.Melly.
Did you author a search warrant for the Instagram account associated with YNW.Melly?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been marked states quintuple H.
The sheriff helicopter riding by my thing. Melly didn't say that about his mom, if that's what they said earlier. I came in late. They showed the messages about what he said about his mom.
Showing you what's going on.
Yeah, not a good day for the
states quintuple H. Come on, see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
It was a report that I generated.
And is that something from the same 9807 cell phone we've been talking about all day today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fairly and accurately depict the conversation between the individual using the 9807 cell phone and then the person who is not saved as a contact?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple H in and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Same objection before.
Can I see it, please?
That's right.
Hey, objection, that's over, we did admit it.
States quintuple H will be marked states 109.
Okay. We're going to publish states 109, starting on the first page. What two phone numbers are communicating in this particular chat?
772-713-9807 and a 561-254-34331 exchange.
The first message from the 561 phone number on September 27, 2018 at 2:44 p.m. What does that say?
This AD brought firm fin cash app you.
So I want to go to this first attachment here, September 28, 2018. That's on page 2 for the message. And then this would be the fifth page of the exhibit. Publishing now on page 3 of the exhibit. If you could read the message and the address that's on September 28, 2018, 1:40 p.m. from the 9807 number.
It is 604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And then, well, what does the next message say?
Then
And the last on September 28, 2019, 1:41:13 p.m.
18521 Southwest 44th Street, Florida.
Going down to the message at 1:42:21, September 28, 2018, from 9807. And publishing that large scale note. What is the address on this image of a driver's license?
604 9th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida.
And what name is on this driver's license?
The defendant's name.
Oh. Defense counsel states consent
Before
allowed.
we get into this, we will take a 5-minute break.
And y'all be short recess and not discuss the case.
Another break.
Don't form any opinion about the case or how I'm going to discuss the case in presence of no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Thank you.
Real Talk with Jules. Thank you for joining. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining. Date of the murders, October 26, 2018. So, yeah, they don't need a break. They just took a break, but break up the momentum. It's like in, like in basketball or football, if like the other team's on a roll, you take a timeout, stop the momentum. Court trials are actually a lot like sports in various ways. All right, let's see. Save objection. That man removed his glasses. He's over it. Over it.
Between the 9807 phone number.
They're always coming back in. Let's see. I said earlier when they were reading those texts, I said something about like, this makes me sad. And that's kind of why, like, he was saying that, he's the CEO of this and that he, worked so hard on this, but he's not getting any of the credit for the work that he's put in. And, Melly might be the face of YNW, but, he's the CEO and he's, building all of this, and he's not getting, not only is he not getting his money, but he's not getting credit. So I could see him being upset. And then that makes the context of his mom's deposition, which is available, his mom's deposition, where she said that leading up to everything that he called her and was saying, how he doesn't even think he's going to get his money. And it sucks. Let's see. Kayla D, that is what it looked like. When I put everything together, when we finish our interview with Boom and I put everything together, I'm going to, when I do my recap, I'm going to put it all together and I'm going to compare the date of those texts about money to the date of all of the deposits into his account and see how much money he really had when he was saying he needed $10. It's crazy. Boom said that Jamie is in the courtroom while they were reading this. Yeah, that was a big thing too. You know, Sack felt like something was going on. There was the, you know, drama also between him and Melly and, you know, talking about going and staying at a hotel. I mean, look, we've heard leading up to this that there was tension. We saw the text between oh, my ears. I hate these headphones. We saw the tension between or the conversation about the tension between Melly and his mom. The sheriff's chopper's going by again. They must be looking for somebody. We're trying to keep people out of the water. So we knew that there was tension, but seeing the actual text between those two and seeing them talking about money in comparison to the money that Melly was getting and those deposits in his account. Ugh. That's what it looked like. Yeah, Juvie's text, I'll go back and look, and when I go back and do this, it's time consuming, but y'all know I'm nosy. And y'all get to benefit from me being nosy because I'll sit there and pause it and like as they're turning pages and stuff, and I'm like I go back and look at all the stuff they ain't reading. I'll do that for the recap and I'll put everything together. But I want to see what else I can see that they didn't read in the Juvie stuff when we finish, but the Juvie stuff didn't look like, I mean, he asked about buying, he's talking about a QP. I'm assuming he's talking about marijuana because he said somebody gave him a QP for free. But I mean, other than that, and then he asked about sending cash. But I mean, he asked about sending cash on, I don't know. I have to go back and I'm going to pull the dates from those deposits. Blake says, out of all the physical evidence, I find these texts by far the most compelling of a guilty verdict, even compared to the crime scene evidence. Shut up. Has she really? Leslie Van Houten has been released from prison. I started yesterday as one of the membership perks. I'm going to do recap videos at the end of each day to go over everything. So I'll post it on YouTube this afternoon. I'll make it whenever we finish with Boom, but it might take me a little bit because I need to go through those texts. Yeah, Sack's mom said something about $200,000 that he wasn't even going to get his $200,000. Zeke Floyd gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you. So kind. Yeah, the quarter pound could be anything. I'm just assuming that it's weed because they all smoke weed. And because he said that somebody gave him a free QP. And I don't know anybody that's going to be giving free QPs of anything other than weed. There goes the sheriff's shopper again. I think so, yeah. Well, they still have to get through cross-examination of Moretti, and I think that'll take a while. But as soon as they get through that, then yeah, the state will rest. Depends on how long they take doing that.
No, I grew up with my family.
Earlier, so thank you.
Come back. Thank you. Eat your karma. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Sack Chaser just wanted to make sure his bag was secure, his money was secure. He received the homage for starting YNW. Yeah.
Number allegedly again, Melly's.
Just talking about allegedly his phone. It's his phone. Yeah, I think and I don't blame him for that. Like putting work into something and then not getting any credit or recognition or anything for it. Oh yeah, they're going to be awful. They're going to be awful. Go ahead and prepare yourselves for that one because they are going to be awful to him. They have said this whole time that he botched the investigation and he had tunnel vision and he just saw a star and wanted a star conviction and
that her.
Like, we could just announce that we're talking about declining the scheduling. The state probably has another hour to 2 hours, we're guessing, of publishing. We all agreed if we could just break for the night and come back tomorrow, and then the state would have the morning, and then we'd start in the afternoon.
And at the court's pleasure, as long as my voice holds.
Your voice not holding?
Stack of calls.
What? You're not up to this?
I'm okay. I'm fine, so I don't want to waste the third time or the first time.
So we'll proceed for an hour or so, and then pick up tomorrow. All right, just find out somewhere around 5 o'clock. We'll see where it goes. How many people do you think you have?
3 hours?
3 hours. So
You're at 48 some odd words.
Just don't make me read that.
Yes, I'm going to do one more Q&A with Boone.
So council will be probably then, that's your last witness, Friday?
Is that right now?
As of right now.
I don't know what that means.
As of right now.
That's not skating across.
So
In
unless-
terms of her potential rebuttal, in terms of that.
So we might talk about, you have to get only costs on how long it's going to take to cross this route. Then some redirect, I take it, maybe tomorrow you come.
I would hope so.
Well, then, if that's the case, and we're done, today's Tuesday, right, so Wednesday, doing this, Thursday, you'd be back in this. That sound about right?
I guess we'd have a witness for Thursday if we're anticipated to finish.
All right, that's what they're trying to gear up their schedule, Brandon, so you think, you'll be done with this witness in an hour or two, right? Maybe 3, you said?
Yeah, sorry, I heard some music playing, which I figured was something.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear, but 2-3 hours, something like that?
Yeah, sure.
And then, so you do your cross-examination tomorrow, you redirect, and then the next day you put on your witness. That sound about right?
That's assuming the court doesn't grant our JOA.
We are taking that to mean that the court is admonishing that we should be prepared to do so on Thursday, and we will be.
Yes. Because I knew you had a witness problem before.
I know, well, I tell you what, let me not speak out of turn. The person coordinating it is not me, so we will make every effort.
It's the judge, so
So you think you'd be able to get a witness on Thursday?
I could probably get civilians here. I would.
So why don't we plan on that, see what you can do, all right? And we'll plan on that, and we'll go from there, all right?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Want to bring the jury in, please?
Y'all, I think he was serious about the JOA, and people laughed. And then he's like, what's so funny? There ain't no way to do a JOA. Oh, judgment of acquittal. JOA is judgment of acquittal.
Jury entry? I don't know.
So, like, let's say at the end of this, the defense is going to say, we don't think that the state has proven anything. We don't even, think it should go to the jury. And they ask the judge they file a motion with the judge asking for a judgment of acquittal. The judge has the opportunity at that point.
Joe,
If
thank
he's
you. Did you
heard
see it?
everything
Let the
he
record
said,
once again reflect the presence of our jury.
Yeah, I don't-
I
I don't think it needs to go to jury. He can just skip all of that and then just put it right there.
Previous show defense counsel in Harvey State in couple I.
The only trial I've seen where I thought they were really,
Recognize that exhibit.
there's a chance of them doing that was Travis Rudolph.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
It is the report generated from the cell. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. This is the report I generated from the Cellbrite system.
And is that fairly accurately depicts the conversations between the 772-713-9807 phone number and the contact saved as Crazy Lady?
Yes.
Here at this time, state with the customer state couple I in.
All right, so this is him and Mama. They want this to end today. I think all these objections and everything are, and can we approach? They're wanting. They don't want this to keep going on. Yeah, it's they. I mean, they asked for it. It's also called directed verdict. Okay, Bryson said he's going to come on at 6. He just messaged. He says he's going to come on at 6. So but they ask for it in every case, but it is extremely rare. And and it wouldn't even be an option in a case like this. These texts that are coming in, he has her saved as Brazy Lady. That's his mama. Defense wanted to go home early, but judge said, nope, let's keep going. It is going to be all kinds of drama on cross. Like, literally going to be. Remember when, like, think about, like, who's been the best cross examinations of all time? Think about Mark Shiner and Tyler, or Heidi and Dominique, or Creighton Waters and Alex Murdoch, or who else? $6:00 Eastern time, court time. So about an hour after, which gives me a little bit of a break in between to get a couple things done, stretch, and then we'll start with him. Do you think the decision will be made this month? I mean, it's possible. Maybe. Depends on how many more sidebars they do. I mean, if state's about to rest and then we have defense, we'll have objections during defense, but nothing like it has been throughout the prosecution. So throughout prosecution presenting their case. So hopefully that will be, not too bad. I know, I was just thinking that. It takes me.
What date and time is that?
And I have to be there by 8. But if I can't get there today, I could technically go tomorrow, but then that would mean that I was starving all day today for no reason, and then I'm going to have to starve all day tomorrow for no reason. I think I can still get there, but if not, I can go tomorrow. Flip-flop count. We are at, let's see, right now we're just at 2. Yeah, I'm in the Panhandle, so I'm Central Time. Florida just considers me an outcast. Well, I don't either, y'all. I might be able to, if they
What's been labeled as states principal I for right now, and go on to what's been labeled as states quintuple J.
I love that y'all are like looking out for me and my blood work. Y'all are good, but yeah, 6 o'clock Eastern. They're doing this on purpose because they want to go home. Yeah, I was just thinking that I might be able to go in between, depending on when they wrap up here, if they can stop doing sidebars. I can probably get there and back. I don't want to have to be starving again tomorrow. Look, if I have to do it 2 days in a row, I'll be hangry tomorrow. I'll be having to mute my microphone again. I'm in the Panhandle of Florida, so like the main peninsula of Florida is all Eastern time, but I'm over here. I'm like south of Alabama. Yeah, so Boom is on at 6 Eastern, so it'll be about an hour after court wraps up. Y'all, I could have gone 15 times during sidebar. 15 times. How many sidebars does it take for Brandi to complete her blood work? Look, I'll say this about Florida, y'all. It ain't never boring. Never. There's always something going on. My new earphones are here. Actually, that's another thing I need to do when I run downstairs to blood work. I need to check my mailbox down there because I had to get an adapter for them, and it's supposed to be here today. Let me see if they put it outside my door. Not outside my door. I just run out. Just run around. I am starving because I have to do blood work, so I can only drink water today. Caesar's Palace is on lockdown for an armed man with a hostage throwing stuff out the window. What the heck? You sent me a helicopter for a ride. It's still going back and forth out there. I see it going up and down the beach. I've got that, my whole wall on this side is windows. So I can see them. I can see it going up and down the beach.
Conversations that have been marked as states and coupled J. And review those. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the conversations that are on there, who do they reflect being participants as on the numbers?
The 9807 number and then 561-720-3210.
The 561-720, you said 3120?
561-720-3210.
720-3210. That 561 phone number, did you also do a search warrant to T-Mobile for that phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to state 63. Five 720-3210.
Yes, ma'am.
What type of subscriber was this phone?
It was a prepaid service with T-Mobile.
And in terms of the information and the contact name that was associated with 561-720-3210 in the 9807 phone, what contact was that assigned?
Board.
And in terms of information about the operability of that 561-720-321 phone, I want to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to go to the CDRs for on state 63 for 561-720-3210.
Well, this is why they didn't have his phone. He got a prepaid phone.
I'm going to come down to October 26th, 2018. Starting, and again, what time frame are these records kept in?
All T-Mobile records are in UTC time.
And so going down to on the, let's see, 10/26/11/57/05, there is an incoming call. What is the duration of that incoming call?
2 seconds.
And that was on line 397 of the records. You had previously talked about the voicemail. And so continuing on 397, on now, next one on line 398, 805-637-7249. What does that indicate to you based on the incoming and immediate outgoing to that 805-637-7249?
the call was immediately forwarded to the voicemail system.
Going on to the next set of incoming, outgoing phone calls, which is October 26, 2018, 12:03:50 UTC and 12:04:22 UTC. What happens to that phone call?
The same as the other one. If the call comes in, it's immediately forwarded to the voicemail system.
Going to call 401 and 402. What happens at that point?
It's the same, ma'am. The call comes in and it's immediately forwarded to the T-Mobile voicemail system.
And the phone call at 401 and 402, do you recognize that 954-376-9158 number?
Yes, ma'am.
And which bank records was that reflected on?
That was from the SunTrust and the Chase Records associated with Mr. Davis and Francois.
Okay. Going on to 403 and 404. And this phone call is 10/26/2018, 12/12/28, and 10/26/2018, 12/13. What happens with that incoming phone call?
The same. The call comes in and it's immediately forwarded to voicemail.
405 at 12:15:59 UTC, again, October 26, 2018, and line 406, 12:16 UTC. What happens with that phone call? 10/26.
The call comes in and it's immediately transferred to voicemail.
Can you state whether or not that phone had minutes on it?
No, ma'am.
Those records are not something that was available?
Correct.
In terms of the last outgoing phone call that actually had a duration to it. And again, you said duration was in column C?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was the last incoming or outgoing phone call that had a duration that wasn't sent immediately to voicemail?
It would be it says on the records here 10/26/2018 at 1:37 p.m. We know that's 10/25/2018 at 9:37 p.m.
And you're doing the UTC conversion there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Dr. Brandi, we talked briefly about the Instagram records on that. How did you go about obtaining the Instagram records?
Pursuant to a search warrant in this case, ma'am.
And with regards to those records, how are they provided to you?
They're provided to us electronically.
Once you wrote the search warrant, did you go through the entirety of the records?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how many 100,000 pages in that?
250,000 pages.
Here at this time, the state would offer what's been previously marked as state quintuple A, pursuant to 9083.6 as a business record. There's the certification for your review.
Thank you, the objection.
Is that, can I?
objection or grounds previously raised. Thank you. Re-educate me, what previously raised objection?
Relevancy.
Pardon me?
Relevancy, authentication.
Relevancy.
403, 401.
I'm sorry about this.
Y'all. That was incredible. As soon as they started to do it, I showed this one and then they said objection. And then I showed this one and they called a sidebar. Y'all are on it, doggone it. Y'all called that. It's sad that we know exactly how this is going to happen every single time now. Got it right. That was perfection. That's hilarious. You know we've been through too much with this trial and you can predict all of the objections, all of the sidebars. That's so funny. This is the last witness, and I think they're planning on. So state will be resting. Well, they talked about schedule, sometime this week, and then defense possibly starting on Thursday. You cannot do. We tried this, and then too many shots and squats. Not too many squats, other than people's legs cramping and whatnot. Yeah, y'all please don't forget to like the video. It helps. Ooh, my eye is twitching. Can y'all see that? Hold on. Can you see it? Can you see it twitching? Feel it. Feel it. Chris H says, all these starts and stops are giving me whiplash. Yeah, doesn't it remind you of teaching? It reminds me of when I was teaching my kid to drive, and it's like, that's how it feels. Take a shot, do a squat, and predict the future. Exactly. It's still twitching. My eye needs food. It's hangry. I think it means that we're about to get rich. There's only 384 likes. Y'all please like the video. It helps. Just until I go do it, but I've been here all day. I was going to run over there on lunch, and then I ended up answering questions for longer than I was planning. Thank you. I switched home and switching eyes when there's too many objections. Hurry, Mom, our counter. I do not think that he is laughing because he has proof. I think if he had proof he was innocent, he would have given to the police because he's been in jail for the last 5 years. Four years. He's been in jail for 4 years.
Get to do this again, but you probably should. Yes.
There we go. Where'd it go? I saw somebody called it. Somebody called it. Y'all caught it. I'm telling you, they asked to go home early. Judge said no. So they're just going to stall the rest of the day. What's going on? It is sidebar after sidebar. That is what's going on. They are going over phone evidence and sidebarring it up. That 3 hours, going to be 3 days. Shelly Charles, apologies if you've already answered this, but do you think Melly will testify in his own defense? No, I do not think he will. I think that if he got up there, they would rip him to shreds because of everything. Yeah. They've seen all these documents. Yep. Yep. They keep going. Objection after objection. Sidebar after sidebar. You know what? I will tell you my opinion as to why. My opinion as to why is that the momentum on everything that's going on right now looks terrible against their client. And if they keep this momentum going and all this stuff keeps coming in, it's going to be bombshell after bombshell. Look at how many people in chat today have said that they've, that their opinion has shifted based on just today's stuff with the text and everything. So, if people in chat are saying that, then that means, generally chat is reflective of some of the jurors that are in there too. So, if all of this stall tactic stuff, they don't want this to be like bombshell after bombshell after bombshell, and then the jury go home all night and think about it. Slowing the momentum. Making them forget. It's like, if you're in a boxing match and you get just whammed one after the other, that's going to be a lot more effective than one and then a sidebar. Wait, heal, lose your train of thought, think about other things, and then left hook. Vegas update. Gunman is throwing chairs and TV out the window. He looks pretty high up. Unknown if woman hostage knows the man. That's nuts. Yeah, I'm sure their jury is over it. Brett, I love you too.
So Detective Brandi, I'm approaching and showing you what's on the label that states quintuple L for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that document?
There we go again.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It is the records produced from a search warrant for the Instagram account of YNW Melly.
Is that all of those records?
No.
In terms of this specific selection, what is common throughout this one?
The sender, or the recipient, or the author, or the receiver YNW Melly.
Do these fairly and accurately represent a selection of the messages from the Instagram YNW Melly?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would request to move in to move the label as states quintuple L.
Objections, please.
Overruled.
States quintuple L will be marked states 111.
Quintuple L. Quintuple.
So Detective Brandi, you're going to have to explain how to read these Instagram returns. So I'm going to start by publishing states 111. So the page number at the top on this first selection, what is that?
It's, the page number is 75,128. That's the actual page number from the entirety of the documents.
Okay. In terms of a lot of text, a lot of numbers, can you help, and I'm going to try and can you explain how you know where a message starts and where the next message ends and what is associated with
the message? The message itself starts where you see ID.
Okay.
And then the end of it will be recipients.
So, starting with this first one, can you explain what the thread ID is?
The thread ID is a number generated by Meta, which at the time used to be Facebook, now it's Meta Platforms Inc. And it's a number that they generate for a specific thread ID. So, let's say you and I were having a conversation on social media, and we started a thread. We started a conversation. That would generate that thread. As long as that conversation continues, that thread ID will continue to be the same.
Is the thread ID unique to the participants in this particular Instagram message?
It's unique to the participants in the conversation that they're having.
Okay, so we can explain and make sure it's clear. You made the mention of you and I having an Instagram conversation. If we add Mr. Howard to it, is it going to still be under the same thread ID?
No, it would then generate a new thread ID because it's a new conversation.
Okay, and how can you tell what the contents of a particular message are?
Where it says text.
And how can you tell who wrote it?
Where the author is the person who wrote it and the recipient is the person who received it.
In terms of, does the recipients also list the author?
Yes.
So for the purposes of this first message that we're reading up here, who is the author?
The author is legend_juice28.
And what is the text of that conversation?
Yo.
Yo.
Moving on to the next
What's up,
message.
boo?
What I'm going to try and do is keep it so that you're only looking at one at a time on that.
Look, phones and kids, tell all your business every time. Everything you got
So on this
going
next
on. Phones
message here, what is the response and who says it?
The author is the defendant, and the
Instagram author?
The author is the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is legend_juice28, along with the account identified as YNW Melly. And the text is, "What's up, boo?"
What's up, boo?
When you're going through these records, do they go one after the other in the same conversation all the way through?
No, it goes in the order in which you are communicating. So you could have on one page, you could have multiple different messages. The way that we're able to filter through and isolate specific conversations to make it easier for us to read is the thread ID.
So when you're generating these reports or these summaries here that we're looking at, how are you searching them?
Once I identify, two participants during the conversation or specific conversation of interest, I then take that thread ID and I search through the whole form. This one is a little unique. I had to pull 20,000 pages out at a time because my computer could not handle 250,000 pages.
Okay. These are sent in what type of format?
PDF format.
So moving on, so are we looking at that same thread ID ending in 1070 again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if you could read the next message from October 1st, 2018, 2043 UTC.
The account identified as legend_juice28 sent to recipient account YNW Melly. Man, what's your number?
Continuing down the next message from 2044 UTC.
The author was on the account legend_juice28 to recipient account YNW Melly.
And the text.
I want to let my little girl and her friends see you like I need you to hit her up and surprise her. LOL.
And the last one on this page, again, that thread ID ending in 1070. Who is the author of this message, October 1st, 2018, 2058, 34 UTC?
The account identified as YNW Melly, and the recipients were legend_juice28, as well as YNW Melly account.
And what phone number was identified as belonging to YNW Melly?
772-713-9807.
Okay.
They got more than that in this one. They had 250,000 pages just
That was
on
page one of that exhibit, council.
Christ.
Moving on to the next page. So this gray bar here, does that indicate a space between the pages in the business records?
Yes, ma'am, because the actual conversation started on page 72,276 and continued on 75,277.
On the message of October 9th, 2018, 2217, 27 UTC, what is the author asking of the YNW Melly account?
The author is the author from account Young Bands is asking the account YNW Melly. What's your number, twin? I'm a fitting FTU.
So I want to start and to explain here on 75283. There's a lot of other names on that. Was there any evidence whatsoever that any of these other people responded to any of these messages?
No.
You're smiling a little bit. Can you explain why there's all these other high-profile people that are tagged in these records?
The person who sent the message also tagged all those individuals. I guess.
Objection, yes, okay.
So in terms, yeah, all right, don't guess then.
Okay.
So, in terms of the 20,000 pages and things like that, are there messages that are sent in which these other 30 some odd people are tagged?
Yes.
Does any of those accounts we're looking at there ever respond?
Never.
Oh.
Young Bands is another rapper.
So moving on to then the response. And again, that was the thread ID from the first message ending in 4772. Continuing to the next message in that thread ID ending in 4772. What is the response and who is it from?
The response is from the account identified as YNW Melly. And it's responding to Young Bands. And the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 3. The message of October 14th, 2018, 1701 UTC.
The author is at the account of YNW Melly. The recipient was AP grade official.
And the thread ID ends in 2755.
Yes.
Going to the next message in the 2755. Who sends the message of October 10th, 2018, 2021, 39 UTC?
The author of that was the account YNW Melly.
Giving out his
What
phone number.
message was sent?
The phone number of 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page 4. And this is from page 75,584. You could read the message of October 15th, 2018.
It's from the author of the account of YNW Melly to Little Got It account. And the text is, what's your line?
And so the thread ID ends in 6555.
6555.
Moving on to the next message in that account. What does the message of October 15th, 2018, 2259 UTC say, and who is it from?
The author is the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Little Got It. And the text is 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to the next page. And this would have been from 75856. What does the message of October 22nd, 2018 say, and who is it from?
It is from the account of YNW Melly. The recipient is Kilarissa _, and the text is here.
Okay. Moving on to the next message, 10/22/2018, 8/31/04 0503 UTC. What is the text that is sent and who sends it?
The author of the message is from the account YNW Melly, and the text is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Moving on to page number 75,864, a selection from that. What is the text and who is the author?
The text is, yeah, I gotta talk to you, who call me, and the number of 772-713-9807 is in there.
And who sent that message?
The author is from the account YNW Melly, and the recipient is Bossman _ I think that's JD.
And then the response to that message from Bossman JD on 10/22/2018, 2026-32 UTC. Sorry. Check right if you kind of to publish the text of the response.
It was from Bossman, the account of Bossman _ JD, and the recipient is the account of YNW Melly.
So
And
this
the
is
text is, bet go hit you when I get out of this car.
This is Bossman JD.
Moving on to page 75,877 into 75,878. October 23rd, 2018, 1456 UTC. Who is the author of that message?
The author of that message is Future Chicago.
And what is the text?
What's your number?
The thread ID ends in 7870.
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to the next message.
And then the response from the account of YNW Melly to Future Chicago is the phone number 772-713-9807.
Going now to October 26th, 5:00:36 UTC. If you could read
I've been
that
pulling every
and who is
single
writing
one.
that message.
Rich send a message to the account of YNW Melly. And it's send me Addie. You'll see those three squares. Those three squares are actually emojis. When we pull it out and put it into a Word document, then we can see what those emojis are.
Is that for every single time that you can translate them into a Word document?
There's this one.
Most of it, yes, most of it.
So the response from to that message was what?
It was from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich. And the address in the text section is 18521 Southwest 44th Street, Mirror 1.
And for the purposes of the record, that was October 26, 2018, 5:04:32 UTC. Okay. The next message in that, what is the text on that one?
It coincides with the previous message. It's just the zip code 33029 from the account of YNW Melly to ropa.rich.
Going down now to page 76,875.
76,000. Going down now to page 76,000.
What message is sent from the YNW Melly account to ropa.rich on November 12th of 2018,
This is still
2:31 UTC?
this fella.
Phone number of 772-713-9807.
Going to November 17th, of 2018, page 77,081. What message is sent to the YNW Melly account from Project Youngin 11/17/2018, 804 UTC?
The text from Project Youngin to the account of YNW Melly is, what's your number? I'm gonna call you in the morning.
This is Project
And the
Youngin.
response in that same thread ID?
It is from the account of YNW Melly to Project Youngin, and it's 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page 77,299 and 77,296. I want to go make sure we're doing this. So we start with the one from 77,296. What is that message? And
It is from That Boy Funny, on the account of That Boy Funny, to the recipient account of YNW Melly. The text is, what's the number of the boy?
okay. And the response from the YNW Melly account?
Was the phone number of 772-713-9807.
Going to page 77,302, starting on 77,301. What is the message sent on November 26, 2018?
It was from the account of the real Quan Jones. The recipient was the account of YNW Melly. What's your number, bro? I got a new phone. I'm trying to send you these songs I just made.
And the response from the YNW Melly account was
772-713-9807.
Thank you.
going to page 77,534. On the
I think this is proving this
here,
is an Instagram account.
The thread ID
Because he's on this Instagram
8086,
giving out
which is consistent
his phone number, so it's
with
like
all the rest. Starting with the message at December 1st, 2018. We could at 13:35:09 UTC.
The message from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Light Skin X _ it's what's yard, it has percentage.
Okay. Then the next message. Oops, sorry. My apologies. Next message on December 1st, 2018, 13:35:15 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Light Skin X _ and it says number with the hashtag sign.
Thank you, Monica.
So then the next message on December 1st, 2018, 13:35:22 UTC.
The message came from the account of YNW Melly to Miss Light Skin X _ and the text was, just call me, 772-713-9807.
Okay. Moving on to page 77,597. Going to the second message on that page. December 2nd, 2018, 22:42:26 UTC. Who is the author and what does it say?
The author is the account of YNW Melly.
Oh, I like that card.
The recipient is Alyssa Chanel. And it's text me 772-713-9807.
Going on to page 77,633. This is December 4th of 2018.
Up in here.
On the real share I'm sorry, under the real share, the next
It's making me delirious.
message here, which the UTC time is December 4th, 2018, 1:45:13 UTC.
The author was a big 600 Booker. The recipient was the account of YNW Melly. The text was Wichio Number Gang.
And what was the response?
The response from the account of YNW Melly to big 600 Booker was the phone number 772-713-9807.
Okay, and final one.
Final one?
I think I skipped one, hold on.
Oh, skipped one.
On October 26, 2018, 22:24:35 UTC. What is the message and who is it from?
Okay, the message is the phone number 772-713-9807. And then the written same N-word, same number. The author was YNW, the account of YNW Melly, and the recipient was 510 J Green.
Mayor, I think this would be a logical time to break for the evening, seeing that.
Thank you. As you saw, we'll take care of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just put your notepads down. We'll see you back tomorrow. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of any more research. All right, just leave your notepads there. We'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Who else we have? We had, this is one of the messages. One of his friends, he gave his number to. Move this so we can see him.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that you're stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. How much more do you think you have, Counsel?
Is one of them.
Maybe 2 hours, maybe a little less.
Hey, okay.
Judge, there is one request that I would ask from the defendant. I'm led to believe in the Panama Police Department.
I didn't hear you.
There's a request that I would ask the court to ask the detective. There are there's testimony that there were phones in the Jeep. They're in the care, custody, and control of the Miramar Police Department. I think that you checked outside the detective.
Yes.
And I would ask that you bring all the phones that were retrieved from the Jeep.
How many phones would you like?
I believe there's
Three phones. The phones of Williams and Thomas. They were kept at height at this time in the situation, and the lithium batteries had exploded, so the phones are inoperable. We can still bring them in for you to see.
All 3 phones?
No, just the 2 phones, the victims, and there was a third phone that was in the back headrest, back seat rest.
Total 3 phones.
Sure. Stay in any position I is?
Mayor, I want to make sure we clarify the one that was in the back seat pocket of the front passenger seat. My understanding was that was still at height, that one was not.
No, we brought that back as well.
Okay.
So, Miramar Police Department has 3 phones.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're saying 2 of them are inoperable, but 1 is operable.
We tried to download it, and there's nothing we can do with it. Even the SIM card was unreadable.
But you have those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's not a problem, not an issue for you to bring?
I can get them tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anything else to discuss, Counsel?
There might be there is one other thing on the FBI, we're going to have to contact with
What?
And does it say?
Not today. Watch it.
So hold your thought for 1 second. Mr. Adelson, Allison, I'm sorry. Asking me about, Brendan Collins, FBI agent.
He is back in the country, but they would still need to comply with the TUI regulations, but he did text me that he was back in the country last time he was gone.
I believe the law is that we would not be required to report direct to state to make them available. I don't think we would have to go through 2 weeks.
I don't know, you can check that out if you would, just let me know what the law is on, but if you can get it back, let's get it back.
Yes, that's, again, like you said before, the higher authority, the federal courts are the ones that.
Understood, but I don't know what you can do, if anything. Can you put a feeler out to see if you can get it back here, what you require?
So I think I just want to start working on the letter, the 1-page letter that they have to say to you're calling him for.
The transcripts are courtesy because we needed it on, and that leads in, because I sent the email, I did get the transcripts that I did not have my cross-examination for some odd reasons not typed up. Now that we know that we contacted them, I did send you the transcripts this evening, so before I knew that you got a hold of the footage, because I thought I was gonna have to file a motion, and I just wanted to make your life as easy as
Transcript
possible.
of the FBI agent.
Yeah, my cross is missing, and yesterday I wanted to raise the objection when there was testimony being given specifically about the environment, the latitude and the longitude, because Collins says you can't use that.
In any event, I haven't seen it yet, but you said you sent it to me.
It's Ingrid. Yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I did not that I've seen.
She was CC'd on the email, so I did it about 30 minutes ago, so everybody has it.
I'm a little busy.
Sorry?
I've been a little busy, not checking my email.
So I guess the bottom line to it all is that they're trying to find out how they can get Brendan Collins, the FBI agent, back here. His name is Collins, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Back here, and to do, you're saying it needs to do a letter. So you can get this letter out, whatever it is.
We can get it out, but the problem is to be forthcoming. The last time we even tried to get him to that position, it was almost a 60-day process because it's a letter and they came out.
Understand, but council requesting the letter, so you can get the letter out today, right? And then once the letter's out, you see what you can do, Ms. Bradley, to get it back down here.
Yes, sir. He's local. He's assigned to the South Florida area. I shouldn't say I know where he lives, I just know where his office is.
So you can have a conversation amongst the attorneys, see what you can do to get the witness back down here for the defense case in chief, all right?
Just one thing, Your Honor, just so the court's aware, a true letter is sent to the FBI and then it goes to the DOJ and it will be lost in that abyss. So it's not going to answer any questions for us in a timely fashion. Just, you know, we will get it out before it's over.
My understanding from counsel is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, she's telling me that the first step is a letter. So I asked her, you'll get the letter out. So 1 page letter is what I'm told, I don't know anything about it. My state said that once that letter is done, she'll contact him, correct?
Yes.
And see what we can do to expedite it. Maybe send a copy of the letter to Ms. Bradley so she can forward it on to Brendan Collins as well, but in any event, she's gonna make a phone call.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't know what the law is on that, you can educate me. I thought I asked whether the witness was excused, and I thought you could check the file, that it's transcript on that too. I mean, if you have a transcript, I thought they asked, is he excused, and
We
I was
did.
told yes.
We did say that.
And then he was excused, so you gotta get him back here, so council's gonna see what she can do to accommodate.
We appreciate
it. She can or not.
Thank you.
She said she'd try.
Thank you.
Are we done? I don't think so, are we? Anything else? All right, have a good night, see you all. We're adjourned.
We're adjourned. Okay, so real quick. The messages that he was sending. Okay, so like this is one of them. So when he was sending the message to young bands, you remember how we talked about how this I can take these off now. how this courtroom is the same one where they did X's trial. Oh my God, my ears. So, he was obviously also in this area. So, this fella, Young Vance, is he's also a rapper, and he was actually friends with XXX Stenchion, or however you say his name. I just, X is all I've ever, because I don't know how to say his name because I'm not cool. So he was actually friends with him, and I think they started kind of getting popular around the same time. One of the songs that X did that kind of like was one of his like breakout songs, I guess, or whatever, actually had this fella on there, had bands on there. So that's who that is. One of the other ones was this fella. This is one of the ones he sent. One of them, she doesn't wear a lot of clothing, so we're not going to show hers. This is a family show, so we're going to skip that one. It's not proper to show that. All right, and then this is one of them. Boss Man JD. This is one of the ones, one of the Instagram messages as well. So there were more, but a lot of them were not that showable or interesting. And there were actually a couple of the ones who it shows they're no longer there. So, all right, I am going to get out of here. I have to run, get my blood work real quick so that I'm not starving again tomorrow. Please, 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 before you go, please hit the like button, and tomorrow bring a friend. Tonight, bring a friend. We'll be back in 1 hour, right on this channel, in 1 hour with Boom. And I am so glad that he's coming on today because I have so many questions about everything that was going on that we didn't get to see today as things were coming out. I want to know how the gallery was acting, how the jury was acting, how Melly was reacting. So I want to hear it all, and he will be with us here in about an hour. So I'm going to go get my blood work. Please, please, please hit the little like button on your way out, and I will see y'all in 1 hour. 1 hour. Don't be late. If you are late, you just have to rewind. 1 hour. Email me any questions you want me to ask him. Brandi@brandichurchwell.com. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes.